Right now, at this very second, you are dying and being reborn. Somewhere deep inside you, in the hidden corridors of your bone marrow, 2.5 million red blood cells just died. And in that same instant, 2.5 million new ones were born to replace them. This is happening every single second. While you listen to these words, millions of tiny deaths and births are occurring in the darkness of your body. You're not the same person you were 7 years ago, not metaphorically, literally. Almost every single atom that made up your body back then has been replaced. You are a ship constantly rebuilding itself in the middle of the ocean, plank by plank, cell by cell, never stopping, never the same vessel twice. But here is what science still cannot explain. If every part of you has been replaced, if not a single atom remains from your childhood, then what are you? Where does the you that remembers yesterday live? What thread connects the infant you once were to the person listening right now? Your body holds the answer, but it is written in a language we are only beginning to understand. Tonight, we are going on a journey into the most mysterious place in the known universe. Not the depths of space, not the bottom of the ocean, but you, the living, breathing, impossibly complex machine that somehow creates the experience you call being alive. I am going to share with you 100 facts about the human body. Some will fill you with wonder, others might make you uncomfortable, a few will seem impossible, but every single one is true. And by the end, you might look at yourself differently. You might realize that the ordinary body you live in is anything but ordinary. But before we begin, there is something you should know, something scientists discovered recently that changes everything we thought we understood about being human. Something about your cells that sounds like science fiction, but is absolutely real. We will get to that later. For now, just know this. You are about to learn that you are not entirely human, not in the way you think. Hey guys, tonight we explore the incredible machine that is your body, from microscopic wonders happening inside you right now to the mysteries science is still trying to solve. Your body is more fascinating than any story ever written. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. It is always fascinating to see who is joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Get into your blanket and let us ease into tonight's journey together. Let me start with a question that sounds simple, but has a deeply strange answer. How many of you are there? The answer is 37 trillion, 200 billion. That is how many cells make up your body. 37.2 trillion individual living units, each one a microscopic universe operating according to its own complex instructions, all somehow working together to create the singular experience of being you. If you tried to count them, one cell per second, never stopping to eat or sleep, it would take you over 1 million years to finish. By then, of course, every single cell you counted would be long dead, replaced multiple times over. But here is where it gets strange. You are not just 37 trillion cells. You are also one unified consciousness, one sense of self, one continuous experience of existence. How does that work? How do 37 trillion separate entities coordinate so perfectly that you feel like a single being? Science does not have a complete answer to that question yet, but we do know this. Your cells are in constant communication. They send chemical signals to each other millions of times per second. They cooperate. They sacrifice themselves for the greater good. They form alliances and wage wars against invaders. Your body is not just a collection of cells, it is a civilization. And like any civilization, it is constantly building itself. Right now, as you listen to these words, your body is producing about 25 million new cells every second. By the time you finish this sentence, you will have created approximately 200 million new cells. They are being assembled in your bone marrow, in your skin, in the lining of your intestines, in dozens of locations throughout your body. Most of these cells will live short lives. A red blood cell, for instance, survives for about 120 days, 4 months of circulating through your bloodstream, delivering oxygen to every corner of your body before it gets filtered out by your spleen and recycled. Your body is ruthlessly efficient. It wastes nothing. Every second, 2 million red blood cells die. Every second, 2 million are born. This rhythm never stops. It started before you were born, and it will continue until the moment you die. But red blood cells are just one type. You have white blood cells that live for hours or days, constantly patrolling your bloodstream looking for invaders. You have skin cells that live for about 2 weeks before being shed and replaced. You have cells lining your stomach that survive only 5 days in the harsh acidic environment before being dissolved and renewed. And then you have cells that live for decades. To most of the neurons in your brain, the cells responsible for every thought you have ever had have been with you since you were an infant. They were there for your first memory. They were there for your first word. They are still there now, holding on to fragments of everything you have ever experienced. Your body is a paradox. It is constantly dying and constantly being reborn. It is temporary and permanent. It is many, and it is one. But let me tell you about the cell that started it all. The cell that became you was roughly the size of a grain of sand, one single fertilized egg, barely visible to the naked eye. And yet, inside that microscopic sphere was something extraordinary, a complete instruction manual, a blueprint containing every detail of what you would become. Your eye color was already decided, the shape of your nose, the sound of your laugh, your tendency to be a morning person or a night owl, the approximate height you would reach, all of it encoded in 3 billion base pairs of DNA, coiled up inside a cell smaller than the period at the end of this sentence. That single cell divided into 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, each division perfectly copying the instructions, passing them on to the daughter cells. Within days, those cells began to specialize. Some would become brain cells, others would become heart cells, skin cells, bone cells, blood cells. They all started with the same instructions, but they read different chapters. How did they know which chapter to read? How did a cell in your developing embryo know it was supposed to become part of your left eye and not your right foot? This is one of the deepest mysteries in biology. We know it happens. We can watch it happen under microscopes. But the full mechanism, the complete answer to how a single cell becomes a complete human being, is still being pieced together. Here is something that will change how you think about yourself. You have more bacterial cells in your body than human cells. Your gut alone contains trillions of bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms. They outnumber your human cells. You are, technically speaking, more bacteria than human. You are not an individual. You are an ecosystem. And these bacteria are not just passengers, they are essential. They help you digest food. They produce vitamins your body cannot make on its own. They train your immune system. They even influence your mood and behavior. Scientists have found that gut bacteria can affect anxiety, depression, and decision making. The bacteria in your stomach are, in a very real sense, part of who you are. This is what I meant earlier when I said you are not entirely human. You are a hybrid, a collaboration between human cells and trillions of microscopic organisms that have co-evolved with us over millions of years. You could not survive without them, and in many ways, they have shaped what it means to be human. Now, let me tell you something that sounds impossible, but is absolutely true. If you could take all the DNA in all the cells in your body and stretch it out into a single thread, it would reach from Earth to the Sun and back over 600 times. That is about 120 billion miles of genetic material coiled up inside you right now. Every single cell in your body, with a few exceptions, contains a complete copy of your entire genome. That means every cell in your pinky finger has the instructions to build your entire body. It has the code for your brain, your eyes, your heart, everything. But it only reads the tiny portion of instructions relevant to being a pinky finger cell. This is both beautiful and strange. You are carrying around trillions of complete blueprints of yourself. It is like having a library where every book is the same, but each reader only looks at one chapter. But not all cells age the same way. Your taste buds, the cells that let you enjoy food, completely renew every 10 days. The cells lining your stomach last only 3 to 5 days before being replaced. Your skin cells shed and regenerate constantly. Every 28 days or so, you have a completely new outer layer. But your brain cells, your neurons, most of them stay with you for life. The same cells that fired when you learned to walk are still firing now. They have been with you through everything. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment of your existence has been recorded in some way in the patterns of connections between neurons that never get replaced. You are a patchwork of different ages. Parts of you are 10 days old. Parts of you are decades old. Some cells have been replaced thousands of times. Others have never been replaced at all. And yet, somehow, you remain you. The continuity of consciousness persists, despite the constant turnover of physical material. The story continues, even as the pages are rewritten. This is the first great mystery of the body. How does identity survive transformation? How does the self persist when the substance keeps changing? The answer, if there is one, is written in the language of cells, but cells alone cannot explain it, because cells are not just physical objects, they are processes, patterns of energy and matter that maintain themselves over time. You are not a thing, you are a happening, an ongoing event, a flame that keeps burning even as the wax and wick are consumed and renewed. And that flame is powered by a rhythm that started before you can remember, a beat that has never stopped, a drum that lives in your chest and defines the tempo of your existence. But we will get to the heart in a moment. First, you need to understand something else, something about what all these trillions of cells are building, because they are not just creating a body, They are creating something far more mysterious. They are creating the illusion that you are a single, unified self, and that illusion is so convincing that you have believed it your entire life. But is it true? Are you really one person, or are you a colony pretending to be an individual? That question will follow us through the rest of this journey, and by the end, you might not be sure of the answer anymore. For now, just know this: you are more than you think you are. You contain multitudes. You are a universe in miniature, and every second, without your conscious effort, that universe is performing miracles. Let us talk about one of those miracles now. Let us talk about the organ that has been keeping time since before you were born. The eternal drum, the rhythm that never stops. Let us talk about your heart. Your heart began beating 21 days after you were conceived. Think about that for a moment. 3 weeks into existence, when you were nothing more than a tiny cluster of cells smaller than a poppy seed, before you had eyes, or a brain, or anything resembling a human form, your heart was already working, already keeping time, already pushing fluid through microscopic channels that would one day become your circulatory system. It has not stopped since. Every moment of your life, awake or asleep, your heart has been contracting and relaxing in a rhythm so reliable that you almost never think about it. But that rhythm is anything but simple. It is a carefully orchestrated sequence of electrical signals and mechanical movements that happens about 100,000 times every single day. Do the math on that. 100,000 beats per day. That is roughly 35 million beats per year. Over an average lifetime of 75 years, your heart will beat approximately 2.5 billion times. 2.5 billion perfect contractions, each one pushing blood through 60,000 miles of vessels, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell in your body. And here is what makes it even more remarkable. Your heart does not need your brain to beat. If you could somehow remove your heart from your body and place it in a dish with the right nutrients and oxygen, it would continue beating on its own. It generates its own electrical impulse. Deep within the muscle tissue, in a small cluster of cells called the sinoatrial node, an electrical signal fires automatically about 70 times per minute. This signal spreads through the heart muscle, causing it to contract in a coordinated wave. Your heart is autonomous, independent. It has its own intelligence, its own rhythm, its own will to continue. Your brain can speed it up or slow it down through hormones and nerve signals, but it cannot start it or stop it. The heart decides when to beat. It always has. This is both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because it means you do not have to consciously remember to keep your heart beating. Terrifying because it means your heart is operating beyond your control, and if it decides to stop, there is very little you can do about it. But let us talk about what your heart actually does, because the numbers are staggering. Every single day, your heart pumps about 2,000 gallons of blood through your body. That is enough to fill a small swimming pool. Over the course of a week, it pumps enough blood to fill a large above-ground pool. Over a year, enough to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool multiple times over. This blood is not just moving in circles. It is on a mission. Red blood cells pick up oxygen in your lungs, travel through arteries to every tissue in your body, drop off that oxygen, pick up carbon dioxide waste, travel back through veins to your lungs, and release the carbon dioxide to be exhaled. This entire circuit takes about 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That means in the time it took you to listen to the last few sentences, your blood has made a complete lap around your entire body. But the heart is not just a pump, it is also an incredibly strong muscle. The left ventricle, the chamber that pumps oxygen rich blood out to your body, generates enough pressure to squirt blood over 30 feet into the air. If you could tap into that pressure, it would be powerful enough to shoot blood from your chest to the ceiling of most rooms. Of course, that is not what happens. Instead, that pressure pushes blood through your aorta, the largest artery in your body, and from there into progressively smaller arteries, arterioles, and eventually capillaries so tiny that red blood cells have to travel through them in single file. Your heart has four chambers: two atria on top, two ventricles on bottom. The right side pumps blood to your lungs. The left side pumps blood to the rest of your body. They work in perfect synchronization, coordinated by electrical signals that travel through specialized pathways in the heart muscle. When you hear your heartbeat, the lub-dub sound, you are actually hearing valves closing. The lub is the sound of the valves between the atria and ventricles snapping shut. The dub is the sound of the valves at the exits of the ventricles closing. These valves ensure that blood flows in only one direction, preventing backflow and keeping the circulation efficient. But sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes the valves do not close properly and blood leaks backward. Sometimes the electrical signals misfire and the heart beats irregularly. Sometimes the arteries feeding the heart itself, the coronary arteries, become blocked and part of the heart muscle dies from lack of oxygen. We call that a heart attack. Heart disease is still the leading cause of death worldwide, despite all our medical advances. The heart is strong, but it is also vulnerable. It can be damaged by high blood pressure, clogged arteries, infections, genetic defects, stress, and simply by time. The heart muscle can wear out, the valves can stiffen, the electrical system can degrade. And yet, for most people, the heart keeps working reliably for decades. It is one of the most durable machines ever created, biological or otherwise. New engine designed by humans can run continuously for 70 or 80 years without maintenance. But your heart does exactly that. Here is something most people do not realize. Your heart is not located in the center of your chest. It is slightly to the left, nestled between your lungs, tilted at an angle. It is about the size of your closed fist and weighs roughly 10 ounces. For something so small and light, it does an extraordinary amount of work. In fact, your heart is the hardest working muscle in your entire body. It never rests. Even when you are in the deepest sleep, your heart rate only drops by about 10 or 15 beats per minute. It is always on duty, always vigilant, always pumping. The energy required for this is immense. If you could somehow harness all the energy your heart produces in one day, it would be enough to drive a truck 20 miles. Every single day, your heart generates that much power. Over a lifetime, the total energy output is enough to lift a battleship out of the water. But where does that energy come from? Your heart muscle cells, like all cells, run on a molecule called ATP, which is produced by tiny structures inside cells called mitochondria. These mitochondria are the power plants of your cells, converting oxygen and nutrients into usable energy. Heart muscle cells are absolutely packed with mitochondria because they need so much energy to keep contracting. In a way, your heart is like a city that never sleeps. It has its own power grid, its own transportation network, its own waste management system. Blood vessels deliver oxygen and fuel. Waste products are carried away. The whole system operates in a state of controlled chaos, millions of chemical reactions happening every second, all somehow coordinated into a single unified function. And the heart does all this while adapting to your needs in real time. When you exercise, your muscles need more oxygen, so your heart beats faster and harder. When you are frightened, adrenaline floods your bloodstream, and your heart responds by increasing its rate, preparing your body for fight or flight. When you are relaxed and calm, your heart slows down, conserving energy. It is constantly listening to signals from your body and adjusting accordingly. There is a nerve called the vagus nerve that connects your brain to your heart. This nerve can slow your heart rate when needed. It is part of your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system. When you take slow, deep breaths, you stimulate the vagus nerve, and your heart rate decreases. This is why breathing exercises can calm you down. You are literally sending signals to your heart to relax. But the heart also sends signals back to the brain. Scientists have discovered that the heart has its own network of neurons, about 40,000 of them, forming what some researchers call the heart brain. This network can remember, learn, and make decisions independently of the brain in your skull. The heart is not just a dumb pump following orders. It has a degree of intelligence. It influences your emotions, your perceptions, your mental state. When people say they feel something in their heart, they might be more literally correct than they realize. There is a phenomenon called heart rate variability, which measures the variation in time between heartbeats. You might think your heart beats like a metronome, perfectly regular, but it does not. There are tiny variations from beat to beat, and these variations are actually a sign of health. A heart with good variability is adaptable, responsive, resilient. A heart that beats too regularly, like a machine, is often a sign of stress or illness. Your heart is always in conversation with the rest of your body. It listens and responds. It adapts and adjusts. It is not separate from you. It is central to everything you are. And here is perhaps the most profound thing about your heart. It started beating before you were conscious, before you had thoughts or memories or a sense of self. Your heart was already working to keep you alive. It will likely be the last part of you to stop. Your heart bookends your existence. It marks the beginning and the end. When you were in the womb, your mother could hear your heartbeat on an ultrasound. That steady thump, thump, thump was the first proof of your existence. And when you die, the cessation of that rhythm will be the final confirmation that you are gone. Everything in between is just the space between heartbeats. Your entire life, every experience, every emotion, every thought occurs in the intervals between contractions of cardiac muscle. In a very real sense, your life is measured in heartbeats. You have a finite number of them. Nobody knows exactly how many, but each one counts. Right now, as you listen to these words, your heart is beating. You can probably feel it if you pay attention. Place your hand on your chest and wait. There it is, that steady rhythm, that eternal drum. It has been with you through everything, every joy and every sorrow, every triumph and every failure, every quiet moment and every crisis. Your heart has been there, beating steadily, keeping you alive, giving you the gift of existence, one contraction at a time. This is the poetry of biology. This is the beauty hidden in the machinery. Your heart is both a physical organ and a symbol of life itself. It pumps blood, yes, but it also pumps meaning. It transforms oxygen and glucose into the possibility of experience. Without your heart, there is no you, no consciousness, no thought, no feeling. The heart is the engine of existence. Everything else depends on that rhythm continuing. So the next time you feel your heartbeat, pause for a moment, acknowledge it, thank it, because that steady thump is the sound of your life happening. It is the percussion section of your existence, keeping time while the symphony plays on. But the heart cannot do its work alone. It needs a vast network to deliver its cargo, a system of rivers and streams that reaches every corner of your body, a transportation infrastructure more complex than anything humans have ever built. Let us talk about where all that blood goes. Let us explore the rivers within. Imagine trying to build a road system that connects every single house in a country. Now imagine that country has 37 trillion houses. Now imagine those roads have to be built inside a space roughly 6 feet tall and a couple feet wide. Now imagine that system has to work perfectly 24 hours a day for 70 or 80 years with no maintenance crews and no shutdowns for repairs. That is your circulatory system. You have approximately 60,000 miles of blood vessels in your body. 60,000 miles. That is enough to wrap around the earth more than twice. If you could lay them end to end, they would stretch from New York to Los Angeles and back, and then from New York to Los Angeles again, and you would still have a few thousand miles left over. Most of these vessels are capillaries, tiny tubes so narrow that red blood cells have to squeeze through them one at a time. Capillaries are where the magic happens. This is where oxygen and nutrients leave the bloodstream and enter your tissues, and where carbon dioxide and waste products enter the bloodstream to be carried away. Every cell in your body is within a few cells' distance of a capillary. This is not an accident. Your body is designed this way. If cells are too far from a blood supply, they die. So the circulatory system branches and branches until it reaches everywhere it needs to go. But let us start with the big picture before we get lost in the details. Blood leaves your heart through the aorta, the largest artery in your body. The aorta is about the diameter of a garden hose, and it carries oxygen-rich blood away from the heart. From there, it branches into smaller arteries. Those arteries branch into even smaller arteries called arterioles. Arterioles branch into capillaries, and after passing through the capillaries, blood enters venules, small veins. Venules merge into larger veins, and those veins eventually return blood to the heart. This entire system is a loop. Blood flows out through arteries and back through veins. The heart is the pump that drives the flow, and the whole system is under pressure, like water flowing through pipes. That pressure is what we measure when we take your blood pressure. The numbers you see, like 120/80, represent the pressure in your arteries during two different phases of the heartbeat. The higher number is the pressure when your heart contracts and pushes blood out. The lower number is the pressure when your heart relaxes and refills. Too much pressure and your blood vessels can get damaged over time. Too little pressure and blood will not reach all the places it needs to go. Your body constantly monitors and adjusts blood pressure through a complex system of sensors, hormones, and nervous system signals. Here is something strange. Blood is not just a liquid, it is a tissue. Scientifically speaking, blood is classified as a connective tissue, just like bone or cartilage. It has cells floating in a liquid matrix called plasma, but it is definitely a tissue, a living part of your body. About 55% of your blood is plasma, a yellowish fluid made mostly of water, but also containing proteins, hormones, nutrients, and waste products. The other 45% is cells, mostly red blood cells, but also white blood cells and platelets. Red blood cells are fascinating. They are shaped like little discs with indentations on both sides, like a donut that never quite finished forming the whole. This shape gives them a large surface area for absorbing oxygen. They are packed with a protein called hemoglobin, which binds to oxygen in your lungs and releases it in your tissues. Hemoglobin is what makes blood red. It contains iron, and when iron binds to oxygen, it turns red. This is the same chemical process that makes rust red. You are, in a sense, carrying around liquid rust in your veins. But unlike rust, this process is reversible. Hemoglobin can bind oxygen and release it over and over again, millions of times during the lifespan of a red blood cell. And here is something remarkable. Red blood cells do not have nuclei. Most cells in your body have a nucleus containing DNA, but red blood cells sacrifice their nucleus to make more room for hemoglobin. They are cells that have given up their genetic material to maximize their ability to carry oxygen. They are born with a nucleus, but they eject it before entering circulation. From that point on, they are essentially little bags of hemoglobin floating through your bloodstream. Because they have no nucleus, red blood cells cannot reproduce or repair themselves. They just circulate for about 120 days until they wear out, and then they are filtered out by your spleen and recycled. Your body is ruthlessly efficient. The iron from old red blood cells is salvaged and used to make new ones. The rest is broken down and excreted. This constant recycling means that your blood is always fresh. Right now, the red blood cells in your body are a mix of brand new cells, middle-aged cells, and elderly cells about to be retired. It is a constantly renewing system. White blood cells are different. They are part of your immune system, and there are several types, each with its own specialized function. Some white blood cells patrol your bloodstream, looking for invaders. Others produce antibodies. Some engulf and destroy bacteria. Some coordinate immune responses. They are your body's military, and they are always on duty. Platelets are the repair crew. When a blood vessel gets damaged, platelets rush to the site and clump together to form a plug. They also release chemicals that trigger a complex cascade of reactions, ultimately forming a mesh of protein fibers called fibrin. This mesh traps more platelets in red blood cells, creating a blood clot that seals the wound. Without platelets, you would bleed to death from a minor cut. With too many platelets, or platelets that are too sticky, you can form dangerous clots inside intact blood vessels, leading to heart attacks and strokes. Like everything in your body, balance is crucial. Blood does more than just transport oxygen. It also carries nutrients absorbed from your digestive system to every cell. It carries hormones from glands to their target tissues. It carries heat from your core to your skin, helping regulate body temperature. It carries immune cells to sites of infection. It carries waste products to your kidneys and liver for processing and elimination. Blood is the transportation network, the communication system, the heating and cooling system, and the defense system all rolled into one. The journey of a single red blood cell is epic. It is born in your bone marrow, a spongy tissue inside certain bones. It enters circulation and spends the next 4 months traveling through your body. In that time, it will make roughly 170,000 trips around your circulatory system. It will pass through your heart thousands of times. It will visit every tissue and organ. It will travel 12,000 miles a day, adding up to over 1 million miles in its lifetime. One red blood cell, 1 million miles, and you have about 25 trillion of them working simultaneously. The speed at which blood moves varies depending on where it is. In your aorta, blood flows at about a foot per second. In capillaries, it slows to about a millimeter per second, giving time for oxygen and nutrients to diffuse into tissues. In veins returning to the heart, it speeds up again. But here is a question. How does blood in your veins, especially in your legs, flow upward against gravity? The heart is not strong enough to push blood all the way down to your feet and back up again just through pressure. So your body uses a clever trick. Veins have one-way valves that allow blood to flow toward the heart but prevent it from flowing backward. When your leg muscles contract, they squeeze the veins, pushing blood upward past the valves. When your muscles relax, the valves close, preventing blood from falling back down. This is why sitting or standing still for long periods can cause blood to pool in your legs. Your muscles are not contracting enough to pump the blood back up. Your body can also adjust blood flow to different areas based on need. When you eat a large meal, more blood is directed to your digestive system. When you exercise, more blood goes to your muscles. When you are cold, blood is shunted away from your skin to your core to conserve heat. When you are hot, blood flows to your skin to release heat. These adjustments happen through changes in the diameter of blood vessels. Arterioles can constrict or dilate based on signals from the nervous system and hormones. This is how your body fine-tunes circulation in real time. Your circulatory system also has its own quality control. Sensors in certain blood vessels detect oxygen levels, carbon dioxide levels, and pH. If oxygen drops too low or carbon dioxide rises too high, signals are sent to your brain, which responds by increasing your breathing rate and heart rate. The whole system is constantly monitoring itself and making adjustments. Sometimes the system breaks down. Arteries can become clogged with plaques made of cholesterol and other substances, a condition called atherosclerosis. This restricts blood flow and can lead to heart attacks and strokes. Blood clots can form in the wrong place at the wrong time, blocking critical vessels. Aneurysms can develop where blood vessel walls weaken and balloon outward, risking rupture. Despite these vulnerabilities, for most people, the circulatory system works flawlessly for decades. It adapts to your lifestyle, whether you are an athlete or sedentary, whether you live at sea level or high altitude, whether you are young or old. Think about what your circulatory system is doing right now. Blood is flowing through your brain, delivering oxygen that allows you to think these thoughts. Blood is flowing through your eyes, providing the energy your retinas need to convert light into neural signals. Blood is flowing through your fingers, keeping the muscles and nerves alive that allow you to move and feel. Every sensation you have, every movement you make, every thought you think is supported by this silent river system that never stops flowing. It is easy to forget, because it is invisible and automatic, but your circulatory system is working every moment to keep you alive and conscious. There is something profound in this. You are not a static object, you are a flowing process. Your blood is constantly circulating, constantly renewing itself, constantly delivering life to every corner of your being. You are a river, not a rock. You are movement, not stillness. And that movement depends on a constant supply of fuel, fuel that comes from the air you breathe, which brings us to the next marvel of biological engineering, the system that pulls oxygen out of thin air and loads it into your blood. Let us talk about breathing. You have taken about 600 million breaths in your life so far. Maybe more, maybe less, depending on your age, but somewhere in that range. 600 million inhalations, 600 million exhalations, and you probably have not thought about any of them. Breathing is so automatic, so effortless, that it barely registers in conscious awareness. But stop doing it for just a minute, and you will quickly realize how essential it is. You can survive weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without air. Why? Because every cell in your body is burning fuel constantly to produce energy, and that burning requires oxygen. Without oxygen, cells cannot produce ATP, the energy currency that powers every biological process. Within seconds of oxygen deprivation, cells start to malfunction. Within minutes, they start to die. Your brain is especially vulnerable. Brain cells consume enormous amounts of energy and have almost no reserves. Cut off oxygen to the brain for 5 minutes, and massive, irreversible damage occurs. This is why drowning, suffocation, and cardiac arrest are so dangerous. When oxygen stops flowing, the clock starts ticking immediately. So your body has evolved an elegant solution, a system that pulls oxygen out of the atmosphere and delivers it to your bloodstream 24 hours a day without you having to think about it. A system that also removes carbon dioxide, the waste product of cellular respiration, and expels it back into the air. That system is your respiratory system, and it is far more sophisticated than most people realize. Let us start with the basics. When you inhale, air enters through your nose or mouth. It passes through your pharynx and larynx, down your trachea, and into your lungs. The trachea splits into two bronchi, one for each lung. Those bronchi split into smaller bronchioles, and those bronchioles end in tiny air sacs called alveoli. Alveoli are where gas exchange happens. These microscopic bubbles are surrounded by capillaries, the smallest blood vessels. Oxygen diffuses from the air in the alveoli into the blood in the capillaries. Carbon dioxide diffuses from the blood into the alveoli to be exhaled. The entire process is driven by simple diffusion, molecules moving from areas of high concentration to areas of low concentration. But here's what makes this system remarkable. You have about 300 million alveoli in your lungs, 300 million tiny air sacs, each one wrapped in a network of capillaries. If you could spread them all out flat, the total surface area would be about 70 square meters. That is roughly the size of a tennis court. Your lungs are essentially a tennis court, folded up and stuffed inside your chest. This enormous surface area is necessary because gas exchange is slow. Molecules have to diffuse across cell membranes, and that takes time. The larger the surface area, the more gas exchange can happen simultaneously. But surface area is not enough. The barrier between air and blood has to be incredibly thin for efficient diffusion, and it is. The membrane separating air in the alveoli from blood in the capillaries is only about half a micrometer thick. That is about 1/100th the thickness of a human hair. You are separated from the outside air by a barrier thinner than a soap bubble. This thinness makes gas exchange efficient, but it also makes your lungs fragile. Infections, pollutants, and injuries can damage alveoli, reducing lung function. Smoking destroys alveoli, causing emphysema, a condition where the lungs lose their ability to absorb oxygen. Once alveoli are destroyed, they do not regenerate. The damage is permanent. Your lungs are not symmetrical. Your right lung has 3 lobes. Your left lung has only 2. Why? Because your heart is slightly left of center, and your left lung has to make room for it. Your left lung is smaller, giving your heart space to beat without being compressed. Now let us talk about the mechanics of breathing. Most people think they breathe with their lungs, but that is not quite right. Your lungs are passive. They do not have muscles. They inflate and deflate because of changes in pressure in your chest cavity. The main muscle responsible for breathing is your diaphragm, a dome-shaped sheet of muscle that sits below your lungs. When you inhale, your diaphragm contracts and moves downward. This increases the volume of your chest cavity, decreasing the pressure inside. Air rushes in to equalize the pressure. When you exhale, your diaphragm relaxes and moves upward, decreasing the volume of your chest cavity and pushing air out. You also have intercostal muscles between your ribs that help with breathing. When you take a deep breath, these muscles pull your ribs upward and outward, further expanding your chest cavity. When you exercise and need more oxygen, your breathing becomes deeper and faster, using these muscles more actively. But most of the time, breathing is controlled automatically by your brainstem. A region called the medulla oblongata monitors carbon dioxide levels in your blood. When carbon dioxide rises, the medulla sends signals to your diaphragm and intercostal muscles to increase breathing rate. When carbon dioxide drops, breathing slows. This is why you cannot hold your breath indefinitely. It is not lack of oxygen that forces you to breathe. It is buildup of carbon dioxide. Your body is more sensitive to carbon dioxide levels than oxygen levels. Carbon dioxide makes your blood acidic, and your body will do almost anything to prevent that. Interestingly, you can consciously override this automatic control. You can hold your breath, breathe faster, breathe slower, breathe deeper, or breathe shallower. Breathe shallower. Breathing is one of the few bodily functions that operates both automatically and voluntarily. You can let your brain stem handle it, or you can take conscious control. This is why breathing techniques are so powerful for managing stress and anxiety. You can directly influence your nervous system by changing your breathing pattern. Slow, deep breathing activates your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode. It lowers heart rate, reduces blood pressure, and calms your mind. Rapid, shallow breathing activates your sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight mode. It raises heart rate, increases alertness, and prepares your body for action. Your breath is a bridge between conscious and unconscious, voluntary and involuntary. It is always there, always available, a tool for influencing your own physiology. Now, here is something strange. You can only breathe through one nostril at a time. Right now, one of your nostrils is doing most of the work while the other is partially blocked. This is called the nasal cycle. and it switches every few hours throughout the day and night. Why does this happen? Nobody knows for sure. One theory is that it gives each nostril time to rest and recover from the drying effects of airflow. Another theory is that different nostril dominance is linked to different brain hemispheres and affects cognitive function. But the truth is, it is one of those biological quirks that remains mysterious. Your nose is not just a passive tube for air, it warms, humidifies, and filters incoming air. The inside of your nose is lined with mucus and tiny hairs called cilia. Mucus traps dust, pollen, bacteria, and other particles. Cilia wave back and forth, moving that mucus toward your throat, where you swallow it. Your stomach acid then destroys any pathogens that were trapped. You produce about a liter of mucus every day. Most of it you swallow without noticing. It is only when you are sick and mucus production increases that you become aware of it. But that mucus is essential. Without it, your lungs would be constantly bombarded by particles and pathogens. Your respiratory system also plays a role in communication. Your larynx, or voice box, contains vocal cords that vibrate when air passes over them. By changing the tension and position of these vocal cords, you can produce different sounds. Language, singing, laughter, crying, all of it depends on controlled airflow through your larynx. Speech is actually an incredibly complex motor skill. You have to coordinate your diaphragm, your vocal cords, your tongue, your lips, and your soft palate, all in precise timing to produce intelligible sounds. Children spend years learning this coordination, and even as adults, we occasionally stumble over words because the coordination is so demanding. But back to the lungs. One of the most important things they do, besides gas exchange, is maintain pH balance in your blood. When you exhale carbon dioxide, you are removing acid from your body. Carbon dioxide dissolves in blood to form carbonic acid, which lowers pH. By controlling how much carbon dioxide you exhale, your body regulates blood pH. This is why hyperventilating can make you feel lightheaded. When you breathe too fast, you blow off too much carbon dioxide, raising blood pH and causing blood vessels in your brain to constrict. Less blood flow to the brain means less oxygen delivery, and you feel dizzy. Your lungs are also part of your immune system. The airways are constantly exposed to the outside world, making them vulnerable to infection. So your respiratory tract has multiple layers of defense. Mucus traps pathogens. Cilia sweep them away. Immune cells patrol the airways looking for invaders. If an infection takes hold, inflammation increases mucus production and causes coughing, which helps expel pathogens. Coughing is a reflex, but it is an incredibly powerful one. A cough can expel air at speeds up to 70 miles per hour. That burst of air can carry mucus and trapped particles out of your airways. It is a violent but effective defense mechanism. Lungs can heal from many types of damage, but they have limits. Chronic exposure to cigarette smoke, air pollution, or occupational hazards can cause permanent lung disease. Asthma, a condition where airways become inflamed and constrict, affects hundreds of millions of people worldwide. To pneumonia, an infection of the alveoli, can fill them with fluid, preventing gas exchange. Despite these vulnerabilities, healthy lungs are remarkably resilient. They expand and contract about 20,000 times a day, every day for your entire life. The tissues stretch and relax over and over without tearing. The The delicate alveoli continue functioning despite constant exposure to whatever you breathe in. Then what you breathe in matters. Air quality directly affects lung health. Clean air supports healthy lungs. Polluted air damages them gradually. This is not just an individual health issue, it is a public health issue. The air we share affects all of us. Right now, as you listen to these words, your lungs are working. Air is flowing in and out. Oxygen is diffusing into your bloodstream. Carbon dioxide is diffusing out. Your cells are burning fuel, producing energy, staying alive. And it is all happening automatically, below the threshold of awareness. But you can bring it into awareness. You can notice your breath. Feel the air moving in through your nose. Feel your chest and abdomen expanding. Feel the pause at the top of the inhale. Feel the air flowing out. Feel the pause at the bottom of the exhale. And then the cycle begins again. This cycle has been happening since the moment you were born. Your first breath was a monumental event, a transition from liquid environment to air environment. Your lungs inflated for the first time. You cried, forcing air over your vocal cords, announcing your arrival. And from that moment until now, you have been breathing. It is easy to take breathing for granted because it is so reliable, but it is a gift. Every breath is a gift. The air is free. It is abundant. It is always there, waiting to be inhaled, and your body knows exactly what to do with it. Oxygen flows into your blood. That blood carries it to every cell. Those cells use it to produce energy. That energy powers everything you do, everything you think, everything you feel. Breathing is the foundation of life. In your lungs, those delicate, intricate, folded tennis courts in your chest make it all possible. But lungs and blood and oxygen are not enough. There has to be something that controls it all, something that makes sense of the incoming information and decides what to do with it, something that turns sensation into experience, input into action, matter into mind. Let us talk about the command center. Let us talk about your brain. There is a 3-pound lump of tissue floating inside your skull right now that is more complex than anything else we have ever encountered in the universe. Not just on Earth, in the universe. Astronomers have mapped billions of galaxies. Physicists have probed the structure of atoms, but nothing, absolutely nothing, approaches the complexity of the human brain. It contains roughly 86 billion neurons. Each neuron can form thousands of connections with other neurons, creating trillions of synapses. The number of possible neural configurations in your brain exceeds the number of atoms in the known cosmos. Think about that. The most complex structure in the universe is sitting inside your head right now, using about 20 watts of power, weighing about as much as a small cantaloupe. And here is the strangest part. Your brain is using itself to try to understand itself. Consciousness, examining consciousness, thought, thinking about thought. It is like a camera trying to take a picture of itself, or an eye trying to see itself without a mirror. The brain is both the mystery and the detective, trying to solve it. Let us start with what we know. Your brain makes up only about 2% of your body weight, but it consumes roughly 20% of your total energy. This is an enormous metabolic cost. Your brain is the most energy-hungry organ you possess, and it is hungry all the time. It never rests. Even during deep sleep, your brain is burning fuel, processing memories, maintaining bodily functions, and dreaming. Where does this energy go? Into maintaining electrical gradients across cell membranes, synthesizing neurotransmitters, repairing cellular damage, forming new connections, and performing billions of calculations per second. Your brain is a supercomputer that runs on glucose and oxygen, and it demands a constant supply of both. Cut off blood flow to the brain for just 10 seconds, and you lose consciousness. Cut it off for 5 minutes, and you suffer massive brain damage. Your brain cells are living on the edge, constantly balancing energy supply and demand, with almost no margin for error. But what makes the brain so special is not just its energy consumption, it is its architecture. Neurons are unlike any other cells in your body. They have a cell body, like other cells, but they also have long extensions called axons and shorter branching extensions called dendrites. Dendrites receive signals from other neurons. The cell body processes those signals, and the axon transmits signals to other neurons. Communication between neurons happens at synapses, tiny gaps where the axon of one neuron comes close to the dendrite of another. When an electrical signal travels down an axon, it triggers the release of chemical messengers called neurotransmitters. These molecules cross the synaptic gap and bind to receptors on the receiving neuron, either exciting it or inhibiting it. This is how your brain works. Billions of neurons sending trillions of signals to each other through quadrillions of synapses, all coordinated in patterns that somehow produce thoughts, memories, emotions, and consciousness. The speed of these signals is astonishing. Information can travel through your nervous system at speeds up to 268 miles per hour. That is faster than most race cars. The signal that tells your hand to pull away from a hot stove travels from your fingertip to your spinal cord and back in a fraction of a second, so fast that you react before you consciously register the pain. But speed alone does not explain intelligence. What matters is the pattern of connections. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on experience. When you learn something new, neurons form new connections. When you practice a skill, those connections strengthen. When you stop using certain knowledge, connections weaken and eventually disappear. This process is called neuroplasticity, and it continues throughout your entire life. Your brain is not a fixed structure. It is a dynamic, ever-changing network that adapts to your experiences. Every conversation you have, every book you read, every place you visit, physically changes the structure of your brain. You are literally reshaping your own mind with every choice you make. Different regions of the brain specialize in different functions. The frontal lobe handles decision-making, planning, and impulse control. The temporal lobes process sound and language. The occipital lobe processes vision. The parietal lobe integrates sensory information and handles spatial awareness. The cerebellum coordinates movement and balance. But these regions do not work in isolation. They are constantly communicating with each other through bundles of axons called white matter. The brain is a network system, not a collection of independent modules. Damage to one area can affect multiple functions because everything is interconnected. Here is something that surprises many people. The brain itself has no pain receptors. You could theoretically poke a brain with a needle, and the person would feel nothing. Headaches are not caused by pain in the brain tissue. They are caused by pain receptors in blood vessels, membranes, and muscles surrounding the brain. This is why brain surgery can sometimes be performed on awake patients. Surgeons can stimulate different areas of the brain and ask the patient what they experience. This technique has taught us a lot about brain function. Stimulate one area, and the patient might see flashes of light. Stimulate another, and they might remember a childhood event. Stimulate another, and they might feel an overwhelming sense of joy or sadness. Your entire mental life, everything you have ever felt or thought or experienced, is the result of electrical and chemical activity in your brain. Change that activity, and you change the experience. This is how drugs work, both therapeutic and recreational. They alter neurotransmitter levels or receptor activity, changing the patterns of neural firing and thus changing consciousness. It is humbling and a little unsettling. Your sense of self, your personality, your memories, your emotions, all of it is software running on biological hardware. Change the hardware, and the software changes too. People who suffer brain injuries can undergo dramatic personality changes. A head trauma can turn someone kind into someone aggressive, or someone cautious into someone reckless. Alzheimer's disease slowly erases memories, dissolving identity over time. Strokes can rob people of the ability to speak, to recognize faces, to understand language, depending on which brain regions are damaged. This reveals something profound. You are your brain, or more accurately, you are what your brain does. There is no little person sitting inside your head watching the show. There is just the brain, processing information, generating responses, and somehow creating the subjective experience of being you. But how does a physical organ generate non-physical consciousness? How does matter become mind? This is called the hard problem of consciousness, and nobody has solved it. We can map brain activity. We can correlate neural patterns with mental states, but we cannot explain why those patterns feel like something. Why does the neural pattern corresponding to the color red create the subjective experience of redness? Why does pain hurt? Why is there something it is like to be you? These questions remain unanswered, perhaps unanswerable. Some scientists think consciousness is an emergent property, something that arises from complex information processing, but cannot be reduced to individual components. Others think it is fundamental to the universe, like space and time. Still others think we are asking the wrong questions entirely. What we do know is that consciousness can be altered, diminished, or lost. Anesthesia turns it off temporarily. Sleep cycles through different states of consciousness. Brain damage can fragment it or eliminate it entirely. Whatever consciousness is, it depends on the brain functioning correctly. Your brain also has something remarkable buried deep within it. The hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure involved in memory formation. Every explicit memory you have was processed through your hippocampus. It takes short-term memories and through a process we still do not fully understand, converts some of them into long-term memories stored throughout the cortex. Damage to the hippocampus can prevent new memories from forming. There are people who, due to injury or disease, live in an eternal present, unable to form new long-term memories. They can remember their childhood, but not what they ate for breakfast. Every conversation is new. Every face is unfamiliar. They are trapped in time, unable to move forward. Memory is fragile and unreliable. Every time you recall a memory, you actually reconstruct it from fragments scattered throughout your brain. And each time you reconstruct it, You can inadvertently change it. False memories can be implanted. Details can be forgotten or distorted. Two people can witness the same event and remember it completely differently. You cannot trust your memories as perfect recordings of the past. They are more like stories your brain tells itself, stories that change slightly with each retelling. Your brain also has a default mode network, a set of regions that become active when you are not focused on the outside world. This network is responsible for mind wandering, daydreaming, and self referential thinking. It is what generates that internal monologue, that constant stream of thoughts that fills the silence. Some researchers think the default mode network is where the sense of self is constructed. When you think about yourself, reflect on your life, plan for the future, or worry about the past, this network is active. Meditation and mindfulness practices seem to quiet this network, which may be why they produce feelings of egolessness and connection. Your brain is not just processing the present moment, it is also simulating possible futures, replaying past events, and constructing a narrative of who you are. You are living simultaneously in memory, imagination, and reality, all woven together by neural activity. But perhaps most astonishing is that the brain you have right now is not finished developing. The human brain continues maturing until about age 25. The last region to fully develop is the prefrontal cortex, which handles impulse control, long term planning, and rational decision making. This is why teenagers and young adults often take risks that seem irrational to older people. Their brains are literally not finished yet. The emotional centers mature before the control centers. It is like having a powerful engine with weak brakes. But even after age 25, your brain keeps changing. It keeps forming new connections. It keeps pruning old ones. Neuroplasticity continues throughout life, though it does slow with age. You can keep learning, keep growing, keep changing, as long as you challenge your brain with new experiences. Here is something to consider. Right now, your brain is generating the experience of reading these words. It is taking visual input from your eyes or auditory input from your ears if you are listening and converting it into meaning. It is retrieving related memories, forming new connections, and updating your understanding of the world. This very moment is being processed by billions of neurons, firing in complex patterns, patterns that somehow create the feeling of being you, right here, right now, alive and aware. It is both entirely explainable in terms of biology and chemistry, and yet utterly mysterious in terms of experience. We can describe what the brain does, but we cannot fully explain what it is like to be the brain doing it. You are the universe experiencing itself, and the tool you are using to experience it, the brain, is itself part of the universe. It is matter that has become conscious of its own existence. Atoms arranged in such a way that they can wonder about atoms. This recursive loop, this strange self-reference, is at the heart of what makes us human. We are the only species, as far as we know, that can contemplate its own consciousness. We are the only species that can study its own brain. We are the universe's way of understanding itself. But the brain cannot do its work in isolation. It needs information from the outside world. It needs input, data, sensation. And for that, you have tools, biological instruments, finely tuned over millions of years of evolution. Let us talk about your windows to reality. Let us talk about your eyes. You are not seeing what is actually there. This might sound unsettling, but it is true. What you perceive as vision is actually an elaborate construction, a simulation created by your brain based on incomplete information captured by your eyes. You think you are seeing reality directly, but you are actually seeing your brain's best guess about reality. Your eyes are remarkable instruments, but they have limitations. They can only detect a narrow slice of the electromagnetic spectrum, the part we call visible light. Ultraviolet light exists, but you cannot see it. Infrared light exists, but you cannot see it. X rays, radio waves, gamma rays, all invisible to you. You are living in a universe filled with light you cannot perceive. Even within visible light, your vision is far from perfect. You have a blind spot in each eye where the optic nerve exits the retina. Your brain fills in this gap so seamlessly that you are completely unaware. Right now, there are chunks of your visual field that simply do not exist, but your brain invents plausible details to cover the holes. Blink. You just went blind for a fraction of a second, but you did not notice because your brain edits out the darkness. You blink about 15,000 times a day, spending roughly 10% of your waking hours with your eyes closed, but it feels continuous because your brain creates the illusion of uninterrupted vision. Your eyes also do not see uniformly. You have a small region in the center of your retina called the fovea, where vision is sharpest. Everything outside that tiny central area is progressively blurrier. To compensate, your eyes constantly make rapid movements called saccades, about 3 or 4 per second, scanning your environment and building up a detailed mental image. But during those saccades, you are functionally blind. Your brain suppresses visual input during eye movements to prevent blur, so your experience of seeing is actually a series of snapshots stitched together into a smooth video by your brain. Let me tell you what happens when light enters your eye. It passes through the cornea, a transparent dome on the front of your eye. The cornea does most of the focusing, then light passes through the pupil, the opening in the center of your iris. The iris is the colored part of your eye, and it acts like a camera aperture, expanding in dim light and contracting in bright light to regulate how much light enters. Behind the pupil is the lens, which fine-tunes the focus. The lens can change shape, becoming thicker to focus on nearby objects and thinner to focus on distant objects. This ability to change focus is called accommodation, and it declines with age. This is why many people need reading glasses as they get older. The lens becomes less flexible. After passing through the lens, light travels through the vitreous humor, a clear gel that fills the eyeball, and strikes the retina at the back of the eye. The retina is where the magic happens. The retina contains about 126 million photoreceptor cells. There are two types: rods, which detect light and dark but not color, and cones, which detect color but need more light to function. You have about 120 million rods and 6 million cones. Rods are incredibly sensitive. They can detect a single photon of light. In complete darkness, after your eyes have fully adapted, you could theoretically see a candle flame from over a mile away. Your night vision is far better than you probably realize, as long as you give your eyes time to adjust. Cones come in 3 varieties, each sensitive to different wavelengths of light. One type responds best to red light, one to green light, and one to blue light. All the colors you perceive are created by different combinations of these three cone types firing. Your brain interprets the pattern of signals and constructs the sensation of color. This means color does not actually exist in the world. It exists in your brain. Light has wavelengths. Objects reflect certain wavelengths and absorb others, but the experience of redness or blueness is something your brain invents. Color is a qualia, a subjective experience that cannot be reduced to physical properties of light. This is why you can never know if the red you see is the same red someone else sees. You both call it red. You both agree on which objects are red, but the subjective experience might be different, and there is no way to compare. When light hits a photoreceptor, it triggers a chemical reaction. A molecule called retinol changes shape, which causes the photoreceptor to send an electrical signal to the next layer of cells in the retina. These cells process the signal and pass it to ganglion cells, whose axons form the optic nerve. The optic nerve carries visual information from each eye to the brain. Interestingly, the optic nerves from both eyes meet at a place called the optic chiasm, where they partially cross. Information from the left half of each retina goes to the left side of the brain, and information from the right half goes to the right side. This crossing ensures that each hemisphere of your brain gets a complete picture of the opposite side of your visual field. Visual information then travels to the visual cortex at the back of your brain, but it does not arrive as a complete image. It arrives as fragments. Edge detection happens in one area, motion detection in another, color processing in another, face recognition in yet another. Your brain has to take all these separate streams of information and integrate them into a unified visual experience. This integration happens so fast and so seamlessly that it feels instantaneous, but there is actually a significant processing delay. By the time you consciously perceive something, it has already been analyzed, categorized, and interpreted by multiple brain regions. You are always seeing the past, never the present. Your consciousness lags behind reality by about 80 milliseconds. This delay is why fast-moving objects are hard to track. By the time your brain processes where something is, it has already moved. Athletes who excel at hitting baseballs or tennis balls are not seeing faster. They are predicting faster. Their brains have learned to anticipate where the ball will be based on incomplete visual information. Your eyes also lie to you in other ways. Optical illusions work because they exploit the shortcuts your brain takes when constructing visual experience. Lines that appear different lengths are actually the same. Colors that appear different shades are actually identical. Stationary images appear to move. Your brain is constantly making assumptions based on context, and those assumptions can be fooled. But most of the time, these shortcuts work brilliantly. Your visual system has evolved to extract useful information from the environment as quickly as possible. It prioritizes survival relevant information, movement, faces, threats, food. Your ancestors, who were slightly better at visual processing, were slightly more likely to survive and reproduce, and over millions of generations, vision became incredibly sophisticated. Consider what your eyes are doing right now. If you are reading text, your eyes are making tiny movements, fixating on groups of letters, jumping to the next group, building meaning from abstract symbols. If you are looking at a scene, your eyes are scanning for points of interest, constructing a mental model of three-dimensional space from two-dimensional retinal images. Depth perception is particularly fascinating. Each eye sees a slightly different view of the world because they are separated by a few inches. Your brain compares these two views and uses the differences to calculate distance. This is called stereoscopic vision, and it is why covering one eye makes it harder to judge depth. But you also use monocular cues to judge depth. Objects that are farther away appear smaller. Closer objects block the view of farther objects. Parallel lines appear to converge in the distance. Atmospheric haze makes distant objects less clear. Your brain uses all these cues and more to construct a three-dimensional model of space. Your visual system also has remarkable abilities to recognize patterns and objects. You can identify faces from just a few features. You can recognize a chair even if you have never seen that specific chair before. You can understand a scene at a glance, extracting meaning from complex visual information almost instantly. Face recognition is especially impressive. There is a specific region of your brain, the fusiform face area, dedicated to processing faces. You are so good at recognizing faces that you see them everywhere, in clouds, in random patterns, in the arrangement of objects. This tendency, called pareidolia, is a side effect of how important faces are to social animals like humans. But vision can fail. Cataracts cloud the lens. Glaucoma damages the optic nerve. Macular degeneration destroys the central retina. Detached retinas cut off blood supply to photoreceptors. Some people are born with color blindness, lacking one or more types of cones. Others lose vision gradually due to diabetes, damaging blood vessels in the retina. And yet, even people who lose their vision often report that they still visualize in their dreams. The brain can generate visual experiences without any input from the eyes. This suggests that vision is not just about the eyes. It is about the brain creating a model of reality, and the eyes are just one source of data for that model. Here is something profound. Your eyes began developing in the womb just 2 weeks after conception. By 8 weeks, the basic structure was in place. By the time you were born, your eyes were essentially fully formed, though your visual system continued developing for months afterward. You opened your eyes for the first time and saw light, shapes, faces. Your brain had to learn how to interpret the signals. Newborns cannot see clearly at first. Their visual acuity is poor, but within a few months, vision sharpens dramatically as the brain learns to process visual information. Vision is not innate, it is learned. There are cases of people born with cataracts who gained vision later in life after surgery. They could see, but they could not make sense of what they were seeing. They had to learn, as adults, how to interpret visual information. Some never fully adjusted. The critical period for developing normal vision is in early childhood. Miss that window, and vision may never develop normally. This reveals something important. Perception is not passive reception of information. It is active construction of meaning. Your brain is constantly predicting what it expects to see based on past experience and comparing those predictions to incoming sensory data. When predictions match data, you perceive a stable world. When they mismatch, you notice something unexpected. You see what you expect to see, which is why magic tricks work. A magician exploits your expectations, directing your attention in one direction while performing the trick in another, Your brain fills in the gaps based on what usually happens, and you miss the deception entirely. Right now, light is entering your eyes. Photons, tiny packets of electromagnetic energy, are striking photoreceptors. Chemical reactions are converting light into electrical signals. Those signals are racing through your optic nerves to your brain. Your visual cortex is processing edges, colors, motion, depth. Multiple brain regions are integrating this information into a coherent experience. And somehow, from all this biological machinery, you have the subjective experience of seeing the redness of an apple, the blueness of the sky, the face of someone you love. These experiences feel immediate and direct, but they are the result of staggeringly complex neural processing. Vision is a gift, but it is also an illusion, an incredibly useful illusion that has allowed your ancestors to navigate the world, find food, avoid predators, and recognize kin. An illusion so convincing that you forget it is an illusion. But sight is just one sense. You have others, equally remarkable, equally strange, senses that connect you to the world in different ways, senses that build the rich tapestry of experience you call reality. Let us explore the rest of your sensory universe. Touch is not a single sense. It is at least five distinct senses bundled together under one word. You have separate receptors for pressure, for vibration, for temperature, for pain, and for body position. Each type of receptor sends different signals to your brain. What you call touch is actually your brain integrating information from all these different sources into a unified experience. Your skin is your largest organ, covering about 20 square feet and making up roughly 16% of your body weight. It is a boundary between you and the world, but it is also a communication device, constantly sending information about your environment to your brain. Every square inch of your skin contains about 20 blood vessels, 650 sweat glands, and more than 1,000 nerve endings. These nerve endings are not evenly distributed. Your fingertips have far more touch receptors than your back. This is why you can feel subtle textures with your fingers, but not with your shoulder blade. There are different types of touch receptors, each specialized for different kinds of stimulation. Meissner's corpuscles detect light touch and texture. Pacinian corpuscles detect deep pressure and vibration. Merkel's discs detect sustained pressure and fine details. Ruffini endings detect skin stretch and sustained pressure. When something touches your skin, it deforms the tissue slightly, and this mechanical deformation triggers these receptors to fire. The signal travels through sensory nerves to your spinal cord and up to your brain. Your brain interprets the pattern of signals and creates the sensation of touch. But here's where it gets interesting. The sensation you experience happens in your brain, not in your skin. Your skin is just sending data. The feeling of softness or roughness or warmth is constructed by your brain based on that data. Damage to the sensory regions of your brain can eliminate touch sensation even if the skin receptors are perfectly functional. Temperature sensation works through specialized receptors called thermoreceptors. You have warm receptors that fire when temperature rises and cold receptors that fire when temperature drops. Interestingly, extreme cold can activate pain receptors, which is why very cold objects can feel burning. Your body maintains a core temperature of about 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Deviation from this temperature is dangerous. Your brain monitors temperature constantly and makes adjustments. When you are too hot, blood vessels in your skin dilate and you sweat. When you are too cold, blood vessels constrict and you shiver. Pain is perhaps the most important sense you have, even though nobody enjoys it. Pain is your body's alarm system, warning you of damage or potential damage. Without pain, you would constantly injure yourself without realizing it. There are rare genetic conditions where people cannot feel pain, and they often die young from accumulated injuries and infections they never noticed. Pain receptors, called nociceptors, respond to mechanical damage, extreme temperatures, and certain chemicals. When tissue is damaged, injured cells release chemicals that activate nociceptors. These receptors send signals to your spinal cord, which can trigger reflexes before the signal even reaches your brain. This is why you pull your hand away from a hot stove before you consciously register the pain. But pain is not just a direct signal, it is modulated by context, expectation, and emotion. The same stimulus can be more or less painful depending on your mental state. This is why distraction can reduce pain. This is why placebo pain medications can work even though they contain no active ingredients. Your brain has the power to amplify or suppress pain signals. Chronic pain is a particularly cruel condition where pain persists long after the original injury has healed. The nervous system becomes oversensitive, generating pain signals in response to harmless stimuli. The pain becomes the disease itself, not a symptom of something else, and because pain is subjective, impossible to measure objectively, people with chronic pain are often dismissed or disbelieved. Now let us talk about taste. You have about 10,000 taste buds, mostly on your tongue, but also on the roof of your mouth and in your throat. Each taste bud contains 50 to 100 receptor cells that detect chemicals in food. For a long time, scientists thought there were only four basic tastes: sweet, salty, sour, and bitter. Now we know there are at least five. The fifth is umami, a savory taste associated with glutamate and found in foods like meat, cheese, and mushrooms. Sweet taste evolved to detect sugars, high energy foods. Salty taste detects sodium, essential for nerve and muscle function. Sour taste detects acids, which can indicate spoilage. Bitter taste detects potential toxins. Many poisonous plants taste bitter, but most of what you call taste is actually smell. When you eat, molecules from food travel up the back of your throat to your nasal cavity. The smell receptors there detect these molecules and send signals to your brain. Your brain combines taste signals from your tongue with smell signals from your nose to create the experience of flavor. This is why food tastes bland when you have a cold. Your taste buds still work, but your smell receptors are blocked by mucus, so you lose most of the flavor. It is also why holding your nose can help you swallow bad tasting medicine. Your sense of smell is far more powerful than you probably realize. Humans can detect about 1 trillion different smells. 1 trillion, that is orders of magnitude more than the number of colors you can see or sounds you can hear. Smell works through receptor cells in the olfactory epithelium, a patch of tissue in the upper part of your nasal cavity. When odor molecules bind to these receptors, they trigger electrical signals that travel directly to the olfactory bulb in your brain. Here is what makes smell unique. It is the only sense that bypasses the thalamus, the brain's sensory relay station. Smell signals go straight to the olfactory cortex, and from there to the limbic system, the emotional center of the brain. This is why smells can trigger vivid memories and strong emotions. A particular scent can instantly transport you back to childhood, to a specific moment with surprising clarity. This connection between smell and memory is called the Proust effect, named after the French writer Marcel Proust, who wrote about how the smell of a Madeleine cookie dipped in tea triggered a flood of childhood memories. Smell is deeply tied to memory and emotion in a way other senses are not. Your sense of smell also degrades with age. Older adults often have diminished ability to detect odors. This is partly why food becomes less enjoyable for many elderly people. They are not tasting less, they are smelling less. Hearing is another marvel of biological engineering. Sound is vibration traveling through air. Your ears convert these vibrations into electrical signals your brain can interpret. Sound waves enter your ear canal and strike your eardrum, causing it to vibrate. These vibrations are transmitted through three tiny bones in your middle ear: the hammer, the anvil, and the stirrup. These are the smallest bones in your body, and they amplify the vibrations and transfer them to the cochlea. The cochlea is a fluid-filled spiral structure in your inner ear. Inside the cochlea is the organ of Corti, which contains about 16,000 hair cells. When vibrations enter the cochlea, they create waves in the fluid, and these waves bend the hair cells. The bending of hair cells triggers electrical signals that travel through the auditory nerve to your brain. Different hair cells respond to different frequencies. Hair cells near the base of the cochlea respond to high frequencies. Hair cells near the tip respond to low frequencies. Your brain interprets the pattern of which hair cells are firing to determine the pitch of a sound. Loud sounds can damage or destroy hair cells, and they do not regenerate. This is why prolonged exposure to loud music can cause permanent hearing loss. Once hair cells are gone, that frequency range is lost forever. Protect your ears. Hearing damage is cumulative and irreversible. Your ears also handle balance. Your inner ear contains three semicircular canals oriented in different planes. These canals are filled with fluid and lined with hair cells. When you move your head, the fluid shifts, bending the hair cells, and your brain interprets this as information about head position and movement. This is how you know which way is up, even with your eyes closed. This is how you maintain balance, and this is why spinning around and then stopping makes you dizzy. The fluid in your semicircular canals keeps moving after you stop, sending false signals that your head is still rotating. Damage to the inner ear can cause vertigo, a sensation that the world is spinning when it is not. It is profoundly disorienting. Your eyes say you are stationary, but your inner ear says you are moving, and the mismatch creates confusion and nausea. Interestingly, your ears never stop growing. They grow very slowly throughout your life, which is why elderly people often have larger ears than young people. The ears are not actually growing. The cartilage is sagging and stretching over time. All these senses, touch, taste, smell, hearing, and vision, feed information into your brain. Your brain takes this incomplete, noisy, sometimes contradictory data and constructs a coherent model of reality. The world you experience is a simulation running in your head, built from sensory input, but ultimately created by neural activity. And here is the profound part. Different brains construct different realities. A person with synesthesia might see colors when they hear music. A person with face blindness cannot recognize faces, even though their vision is otherwise normal. A person with phantom limb syndrome feels sensations in a limb that no longer exists. Reality, as you experience it, is not objective. It is a personalized construct. You are living inside your own private universe, a simulation your brain generates moment by moment, and you can never step outside that simulation to see what is really there. You can only experience your brain's interpretation. This is both lonely and beautiful. Lonely because you can never truly know what another person experiences. You can describe your experiences, but you cannot share them directly. Beautiful because the richness of your inner world, the vividness of sensation, the depth of feeling is uniquely yours. Right now, your senses are active. Pressure receptors in your skin are detecting your contact with whatever you are sitting or lying on. Temperature receptors are monitoring the air around you. If there is sound, your ears are converting vibrations into neural signals. If there is light, your eyes are capturing photons. And all of this information is streaming into your brain, being processed, integrated, and transformed into the experience of this present moment. You are conscious because your senses connect you to the world, and your brain makes sense of that connection. But senses are useless without fuel. Your body needs energy to function, and that energy comes from food. Food that must be broken down, processed, and converted into forms your cells can use. This is the job of a system that is far stranger and more complex than most people realize. Let us journey into the hidden factory inside you. Let us talk about digestion. There is a 30-foot tunnel running through your body right now. It starts at your mouth and ends at your anus, winding through your torso in a carefully choreographed path. Technically speaking, this tunnel means you are topologically equivalent to a donut. You are a tube with various organs attached to the outside. This might sound absurd, but it is anatomically accurate. In this tube, your digestive tract is where one of the most important transformations in your body takes place. Food, which is part of the outside world, enters your body and gets broken down into molecules small enough to cross into your bloodstream. Only then does it truly become part of you. Digestion begins before you even take a bite. When you smell food, when you see it, when you think about eating, your brain triggers the release of saliva. Your mouth starts watering. This is a preparatory response, your body getting ready to process food before it arrives. Saliva contains enzymes that begin breaking down starches immediately. The digestion process starts in your mind, not your stomach. When you put food in your mouth, your teeth begin the mechanical breakdown. You have 32 teeth if you still have your wisdom teeth, each designed for a specific function. Incisors cut, canines tear, molars grind. Together, they reduce food to smaller pieces, increasing surface area for chemical digestion. Your tongue, a muscular organ covered in taste buds, manipulates food, mixing it with saliva, forming it into a bolus, a ball of chewed food ready to swallow. Swallowing feels voluntary, but once you initiate it, the process becomes automatic. A wave of muscle contractions, called peristalsis, pushes the bolus down your esophagus toward your stomach. The esophagus is about 10 inches long, a muscular tube that connects your throat to your stomach. Peristalsis is so effective that you could swallow food while standing on your head and it would still reach your stomach. Gravity helps, but it is not necessary. The muscles do the work. At the bottom of your esophagus is a ring of muscle called the lower esophageal sphincter. This valve opens to let food into your stomach and then closes to prevent stomach acid from flowing back up. When this valve does not work properly, you get acid reflux, a burning sensation as stomach acid enters the esophagus where it does not belong. Your stomach is a muscular sac that holds about a liter of food and liquid. Its walls are lined with millions of tiny glands that produce stomach acid and enzymes. The acid is hydrochloric acid, strong enough to dissolve metal. The pH is between 1 and 2, making it one of the most acidic environments in nature. This acid serves multiple purposes. It kills bacteria and other pathogens that might be in your food. It breaks down proteins, and it activates enzymes that further digest food. But if stomach acid is so corrosive, why does it not digest the stomach itself? Your stomach has a defense mechanism. It produces a thick layer of mucus that coats the stomach lining, protecting it from the acid. This mucus layer is constantly being eroded by the acid and constantly being replaced. Your stomach completely regenerates its protective mucus lining every 2 weeks. If this protective layer fails, stomach acid can damage the stomach wall, creating ulcers. For a long time, doctors thought ulcers were caused by stress or spicy food. But in the 1980s, 2 scientists discovered that most ulcers are actually caused by a bacterium called Helicobacter pylori. This bacterium can survive in the acidic environment of the stomach and damage the mucus layer. The discovery won them a Nobel Prize. Food stays in your stomach for several hours, being churned and mixed with acid and enzymes until it becomes a thick liquid called chyme. Then, the stomach gradually releases this chyme through another valve called the pyloric sphincter into the small intestine. The small intestine is where most digestion and nutrient absorption happens. It is called small because it is narrower than the large intestine, but it is actually very long, about 20 feet. If you could stretch it out, it would be taller than most rooms. The inner surface of the small intestine is not smooth. It is covered with millions of tiny finger-like projections called villi, and each villi is covered with even tinier projections called microvilli. This creates an enormous surface area. If you could flatten out all the villi and microvilli, the total surface area of your small intestine would be about 2,700 square feet, roughly the size of a tennis court. This vast surface area is essential for nutrient absorption. As chyme moves through the small intestine, enzymes from your pancreas and bile from your liver break it down further. Carbohydrates are broken into simple sugars. Proteins are broken into amino acids. Fats are broken into fatty acids and glycerol. These small molecules are then absorbed through the walls of the small intestine into capillaries and lymphatic vessels. From there, they enter your bloodstream and are transported throughout your body. This is how nutrients from food become available to your cells. The whole process is remarkably efficient. Your small intestine absorbs about 90% of the nutrients from the food you eat. Only indigestible material continues into the large intestine. The large intestine, also called the colon, is about 5 feet long and wider than the small intestine. Its main job is to absorb water and electrolytes from the remaining material, turning liquid waste into solid feces. But the large intestine is not just a waste processing plant, it is also home to trillions of bacteria. Your gut microbiome contains about 100 trillion microorganisms, representing thousands of different species. These bacteria outnumber your human cells 10 to 1. These bacteria are not parasites, they are symbionts. They help you digest certain types of fiber that your own enzymes cannot break down. They produce vitamins like vitamin K and some B vitamins. They train your immune system. They even produce neurotransmitters that affect your mood and behavior. Recent research has revealed that the gut microbiome influences far more than digestion. It affects your immune system, your metabolism, your mental health, even your behavior. The bacteria in your gut communicate with your brain through what scientists call the gut-brain axis. This is why gut health is linked to conditions like depression, anxiety, and autism. You are not a single organism. You are an ecosystem, a collaboration between human cells and trillions of microbes. Your health depends on maintaining a balanced microbiome. Antibiotics, which kill bacteria indiscriminately, can disrupt this balance and cause problems. Diet also plays a huge role. The bacteria in your gut feed on what you eat, and different diets promote different bacterial populations. About 70% of your immune system is located in your gut. This makes sense when you think about it. Your digestive tract is constantly exposed to the outside world through the food you eat. Pathogens can enter through food, so your gut needs robust defenses. Specialized immune cells called Pear's patches line your intestines, constantly sampling the contents and looking for threats. They can distinguish between harmless food, beneficial bacteria, and dangerous pathogens. When they detect a threat, they trigger an immune response. Sometimes the system malfunctions. In Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, the immune system attacks the lining of the intestines, causing chronic inflammation. In celiac disease, the immune system reacts to gluten, a protein in wheat, causing damage to the small intestine. These autoimmune conditions reveal how delicate the balance is between immune defense and tolerance. Digestion takes time. From eating to elimination, the entire process takes 24 to 72 hours, depending on what you ate and your individual digestive speed. Food typically spends 6 to 8 hours in your stomach and small intestine, and then 12 to 48 hours in your large intestine. By the time waste reaches the end of your large intestine, most of the water has been absorbed, and what remains is feces. Feces consist of indigestible fiber, dead bacteria, dead cells shed from your intestinal lining, and small amounts of unabsorbed nutrients. About half the dry weight of feces is bacteria, most of them dead. Feces are stored in the rectum until you are ready to defecate. The rectum has stretch receptors that send signals to your brain when it is full. You can consciously control the external anal sphincter, allowing you to delay defecation until it is socially appropriate. But if you hold it too long, water continues to be absorbed, making feces harder and more difficult to pass, leading to constipation. The digestive system is under the control of the enteric nervous system, sometimes called the second brain. This network of neurons, embedded in the walls of your digestive tract, can operate independently of your brain. It coordinates peristalsis, controls enzyme secretion, and regulates blood flow to the gut. You have about 500 million neurons in your enteric nervous system, more than in your spinal cord. These neurons communicate with your brain through the vagus nerve, but they can also function on their own. This is why you can digest food even if your spinal cord is severed. The enteric nervous system is also why you get gut feelings. Emotions affect digestion. Stress can cause diarrhea, constipation, or stomach pain. Anxiety activates the fight or flight response, which diverts resources away from digestion. This is why you lose your appetite when you are stressed, or why you might feel nauseous before a big event. The connection between gut and emotion goes both ways. Your gut bacteria produce neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and GABA. In fact, about 90% of your body's serotonin is produced in your gut, not your brain. These neurotransmitters influence mood and behavior. An unhealthy gut can contribute to depression and anxiety. Digestion is not glamorous. It happens in darkness, out of sight, involving processes most people find unpleasant to think about, but it is essential. Every cell in your body depends on the nutrients your digestive system extracts from food. Without digestion, you would starve even with a full stomach. Right now, your digestive system is working. If you have eaten recently, your stomach is churning food. Your small intestine is absorbing nutrients. Your large intestine is processing waste. Trillions of bacteria are metabolizing fiber, producing byproducts, communicating with your immune system. All of this is happening without your conscious effort. Your body knows what to do. Enzymes are released at the right times. Muscles contract in coordinated waves. Valves open and close. Nutrients are absorbed and waste is prepared for elimination. You do not have to think about it. You do not have to manage it. It just works. Day after day, meal after meal, transforming the outside world into the building blocks of your body. But digestion produces waste, both in your intestines and throughout your body. Metabolic waste, toxins, substances that need to be filtered out and eliminated. For that, you have organs dedicated to purification, organs working silently in the background, cleaning your blood, maintaining balance, keeping you alive. Let us talk about your body's filtration systems. Let us talk about your kidneys and liver. Every drop of blood in your body passes through your kidneys about 40 times a day. Think about what that means. Your kidneys are constantly sampling your blood, checking its composition, filtering out waste, reclaiming useful molecules, and adjusting the chemical balance. They process about 180 liters of blood every day, though most of that is reabsorbed. Only about 1 to 2 liters leave your body as urine. Your kidneys are fist-sized organs located on either side of your spine, just below your rib cage. They are shaped like kidney beans, which is not a coincidence. The bean is named after the organ, not the other way around. Each kidney weighs about 5 ounces and contains approximately 1 million filtering units called nephrons. Nephrons are microscopic structures that do the actual work of filtration. Each nephron has 2 main parts. The glomerulus, a ball of capillaries where blood is filtered, and the tubule, a long winding tube where filtered fluid is processed, and most of it is reabsorbed. Here is how it works. Blood enters the glomerulus under pressure. The walls of the capillaries are semi-permeable, allowing water and small molecules to pass through, but blocking blood cells and large proteins. This filtered fluid, called filtrate, contains water, salts, glucose, amino acids, urea, and other small molecules. The filtrate then flows through the tubule, which is surrounded by more capillaries, As the filtrate moves along, useful substances are reabsorbed back into the blood. About 99% of the water is reclaimed. All the glucose is reabsorbed, assuming your kidneys are healthy and your blood sugar is not too high. Most of the salts are reclaimed, though the exact amount depends on what your body needs. What remains is urine, a concentrated solution of waste products. Urine contains urea, a byproduct of protein metabolism. It contains creatine, a waste product from muscle activity. It contains excess salts and other substances your body does not need. Urine travels from the kidneys through tubes called ureters to your bladder, a muscular sac that stores urine until you are ready to urinate. The bladder can hold about 2 cups of urine, though you usually feel the urge to urinate before it is completely full. When you urinate, muscles in the bladder wall contract, forcing urine out through the urethra. You have conscious control over the external urethral sphincter, allowing you to decide when to urinate. But if the bladder becomes too full, the urge becomes overwhelming, and eventually involuntary reflexes take over. Your kidneys do far more than just filter waste. They regulate blood pressure by controlling blood volume. If your blood pressure is too low, your kidneys retain more water, increasing blood volume and raising pressure. If blood pressure is too high, they excrete more water, reducing volume and lowering pressure. They also regulate electrolyte balance, sodium, potassium, calcium, phosphate. All of these are carefully controlled by your kidneys. Too much or too little of any electrolyte can be dangerous. Potassium, for instance, is essential for heart function, but too much can cause fatal heart arrhythmias. Your kidneys constantly adjust potassium excretion to keep blood levels in the safe range. Your kidneys also regulate blood pH by controlling how much acid or base is excreted in urine. Your blood needs to maintain a pH of about 7.4. Even small deviations can be deadly. Your kidneys and lungs work together to maintain this balance. Your lungs control carbon dioxide, which affects pH. Your kidneys control bicarbonate and other substances that buffer pH changes. The kidneys also produce hormones. They make erythropoietin, which stimulates red blood cell production in your bone marrow. This is why people with kidney disease often become anemic. Without enough erythropoietin, they do not produce enough red blood cells. They also produce renin, which regulates blood pressure through a complex hormonal cascade. And they activate vitamin D, which is essential for calcium absorption and bone health. You can survive with just one kidney. People donate kidneys and live perfectly normal lives because a single kidney can do the work of 2. The remaining kidney actually grows slightly and increases its filtration capacity to compensate. This redundancy is a safety feature built into your biology. But if both kidneys fail, you are in serious trouble. Without functioning kidneys, waste products accumulate in your blood, electrolytes become dangerously imbalanced, and fluid builds up in tissues, causing swelling. Kidney failure is fatal without treatment. Dialysis, a machine that artificially filters blood, can keep people alive, but it is not a perfect replacement for natural kidney function. Kidney disease often develops silently. You can lose significant kidney function before experiencing symptoms because kidneys have such excess capacity. By the time symptoms appear, damage is often irreversible. This is why regular screening is important, especially for people with diabetes or high blood pressure the two leading causes of kidney disease. Now let us talk about your liver, an organ that performs so many functions that listing them all would take a long time. Your liver is involved in over 500 different processes. It is the largest internal organ, weighing about 3 pounds and located in the upper right side of your abdomen. The liver is a chemical processing plant. Every nutrient absorbed from your intestines passes through your liver before entering general circulation. The blood from your digestive tract flows through the hepatic portal vein directly to your liver. There, nutrients are processed, stored, or released as needed. Your liver stores glucose as glycogen. When your blood sugar drops, your liver breaks down glycogen and releases glucose into your blood. When blood sugar is high, your liver converts excess glucose into fat for long-term storage. This is how your body maintains stable blood sugar between meals. Your liver also processes amino acids from protein digestion. It synthesizes new proteins your body needs, including clotting factors, albumin, and many enzymes. It breaks down excess amino acids and converts the nitrogen into urea, which your kidneys then excrete. Fat metabolism happens in your liver. Your liver produces bile, a greenish-yellow fluid that helps digest fats. Bile contains bile salts that emulsify fats, breaking large fat droplets into smaller ones so enzymes can work more efficiently. Bile is stored in your gallbladder and released into your small intestine when you eat a fatty meal. Your liver also breaks down fats and produces cholesterol. Cholesterol has a bad reputation, but it is actually essential. Every cell membrane in your body contains cholesterol. Cholesterol is the precursor for steroid hormones and vitamin D. The problem is not cholesterol itself, but having too much of the wrong kind in your blood. One of the liver's most important functions is detoxification. Everything you swallow, whether food, medicine, or poison, passes through your liver. Your liver contains enzymes that chemically modify foreign substances, making them easier to excrete. This is how your body processes medications, alcohol, and environmental toxins. Alcohol is particularly hard on the liver. When you drink, your liver prioritizes metabolizing alcohol over other functions because alcohol is toxic. The byproducts of alcohol metabolism can damage liver cells. Chronic heavy drinking can lead to fatty liver, hepatitis, cirrhosis, and eventually liver failure. The liver has an extraordinary ability to regenerate. You can surgically remove up to 75% of a liver, and the remaining tissue will grow back to full size within 8 to 15 days. This regenerative capacity is unique among organs. No other organ in your body can regrow like this. This makes live liver donation possible. A healthy person can donate part of their liver to someone who needs a transplant. Both the donor's remaining liver and the recipient's transplanted portion will regenerate to full size. Within a few months, both people have complete, functioning livers. But this regenerative capacity has limits. Chronic damage can overwhelm the liver's ability to repair itself. Cirrhosis, where liver tissue is gradually replaced by scar tissue, is irreversible. The liver loses function progressively. Eventually, it can no longer perform its essential roles, and the person dies without a transplant. The liver is also a storage organ. It stores fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K. It stores iron and copper. It stores blood. About 10% of your total blood volume is in your liver at any given time. In emergencies, The liver can release this stored blood to maintain circulation. Your liver produces most of the proteins in your blood plasma, including albumin, which maintains osmotic pressure and transports various substances, and clotting factors, which stop bleeding when you are injured. People with liver disease often have problems with blood clotting because their liver cannot produce enough clotting factors. The liver also plays a role in your immune system. It contains specialized immune cells called Kupffer cells that remove bacteria, old red blood cells, and other debris from the blood. Your liver is constantly cleaning your blood, removing things that should not be there. Liver disease is often silent in its early stages. The liver has no pain receptors, so damage does not cause pain until the liver swells and stretches the capsule surrounding it. By the time symptoms appear, often jaundice, a yellowing of the skin and eyes caused by bilirubin buildup, the liver may already be severely damaged. Both your kidneys and liver work tirelessly behind the scenes, cleaning and processing, maintaining the delicate chemical balance that life requires. They handle the waste products of metabolism, the toxins you ingest, the excess substances you consume. Without them, your blood would quickly become poisoned by your own metabolic byproducts. Right now, your kidneys are filtering blood. Your liver is processing nutrients, synthesizing proteins, producing bile, and detoxifying substances. These organs never rest. They work every moment of every day, quietly maintaining the internal environment that makes life possible. You probably do not think about your kidneys or liver very often. They do not make themselves known the way your heart does with its beat, or your lungs do with breath. They operate in silence, deep inside you, doing essential work without fanfare or acknowledgement. But they deserve recognition. They are the reason your blood stays clean. They are the reason your cells receive nutrients and stay free of waste. They are unsung heroes of your biology, working shifts that never end, solving problems you never knew existed. These organs, like everything else in your body, are made of tissue, and tissue is built on a framework, a structure that gives your body shape and strength, a living architecture that allows you to stand, to move, to interact with the physical world. Let us explore the scaffold that holds you together. Let us talk about your bones. You were born with about 270 bones. Now you have 206. You did not lose bones. They fused together as you grew. Babies are born with more bones because many of them are made of cartilage, softer and more flexible than bone. This flexibility allows the baby's skull to compress during birth, squeezing through the birth canal without breaking. Over time, that cartilage ossifies, turning into bone, and separate bones fuse into single structures. Your skeleton is not static, it is alive, constantly being broken down and rebuilt in a process called remodeling. Specialized cells, called osteoclasts, dissolve old bone tissue. Other cells, called osteoblasts, build new bone tissue. This process happens throughout your entire life, completely replacing your skeleton every 10 years or so. Why does your body do this? For several reasons. Remodeling allows bones to adapt to stress. If you take up running, your leg bones will gradually become denser and stronger in response to the repeated impact. If you become sedentary, your bones will lose density because they are not being stressed. Use it or lose it applies to bones as much as muscles. Remodeling also maintains calcium balance in your blood. Bones are not just structural support, they are a calcium reservoir. When your blood calcium drops too low, hormones signal osteoclasts to break down bone, releasing calcium into your blood. When blood calcium is high, osteoblasts deposit excess calcium into bone. About 99% of the calcium in your body is stored in your skeleton. Bone is far stronger than you might think. Pound for pound, bone is stronger than steel. A cubic inch of bone can bear a load of 19,000 pounds, about the weight of 5 pickup trucks. The femur, your thigh bone, is the longest and strongest bone in your body. It can support 30 times your body weight before fracturing. And yet bones are not solid. They are porous. The outer layer, compact bone, is dense and hard, but the interior is filled with trabecular bone, a spongy network of struts and spaces. This architecture gives bones strength without excessive weight. If bones were solid, you would be far too heavy to move efficiently. Inside many bones is bone marrow. Red bone marrow is where all your blood cells are produced. Every red blood cell, every white blood cell, every platelet originates in bone marrow. About 2 million red blood cells are produced every second. That is an extraordinary rate of production, and it never stops throughout your entire life. Yellow bone marrow is mostly fat tissue. It can convert back to red marrow if your body needs to produce more blood cells, such as after significant blood loss. Your body has backup systems for almost everything. The smallest bone in your body is the stapes, located in your middle ear. It is about 3 millimeters long, roughly the size of a grain of rice. It vibrates in response to sound waves, transmitting vibrations from the eardrum to the inner ear. Despite its tiny size, it is essential for hearing. The largest bone, as mentioned, is the femur. In an average adult, it is about 20 inches long. The femur connects your hip to your knee and bears the full weight of your upper body when you walk, run, or jump. It is a masterpiece of biological engineering, curved slightly to distribute stress, evenly and hollow to minimize weight. Your hands and feet contain more than half of all the bones in your body. Each hand has 27 bones. Each foot has 26 bones. These small bones work together in complex ways, allowing for fine motor control in your hands and shock absorption in your feet. The bones of your skull started as separate pieces that fused together as you grew. You can still see the lines where they joined, called sutures. These look like jagged seams running across the skull. In babies, there are gaps between skull bones called fontanelles, soft spots that allow the skull to compress during birth and expand as the brain grows rapidly in the first year of life. Your spine is not a single bone. It is a column of 33 individual bones called vertebrae, stacked on top of each other with cushioning discs in between. This segmented structure allows your spine to bend and twist while still providing support and protection for your spinal cord. Each vertebra has a hole through its center. When stacked, these holes form a canal through which your spinal cord runs, protected by bone on all sides. Damage to the vertebrae can compress or sever the spinal cord, causing paralysis. The spine is flexible but fragile, a balance between mobility and vulnerability. Between each pair of vertebrae is an intervertebral disc, a cushion made of cartilage with a gel-like center. These discs act as shock absorbers, preventing vertebrae from grinding against each other. With age, these discs lose water content and become thinner, which is one reason why people lose height as they get older. Sometimes a disc can rupture, a condition called a herniated disc. The gel-like center bulges out and can press on nearby nerves, causing pain, numbness, or weakness. This is why back injuries can be so debilitating. The spine is central to almost every movement you make. Your ribs form a cage that protects your heart and lungs. You have 12 pairs of ribs. The first 7 pairs connect directly to your sternum through cartilage. The next 3 pairs connect indirectly, and the last 2 pairs, called floating ribs, do not connect to the sternum at all. This arrangement allows your rib cage to expand and contract with each breath. Bones are not smooth. They have bumps, ridges, and grooves where muscles, tendons, and ligaments attach. These attachment points are visible on every bone. In fact, forensic anthropologists can determine how muscular a person was by examining their bones. Larger, more pronounced attachment points indicate stronger muscles pulling on the bone during life. Bones also contain nerves and blood vessels. The periosteum, the membrane covering the outside of bones, is rich in nerve endings. This is why broken bones hurt so much. The fracture damages the periosteum, triggering pain signals. Fractures heal through a remarkable process. When a bone breaks, blood vessels are torn and a clot forms. This clot becomes a scaffold for new tissue. Specialized cells move into the area and begin producing cartilage and new bone. Over weeks to months, the fracture site is bridged by a callus, a thick band of new bone. Eventually, remodeling smooths the callus and restores the bone's original shape, often leaving it stronger than before at the fracture site. Children's bones heal faster than adults' bones because they are still growing and have more active bone-forming cells. An adult might take months to heal a fracture that a child would heal in weeks. But children are also more prone to a type of fracture called a green stick fracture, where the bone bends and cracks but does not break completely, like a green twig snapping. Bone health depends on several factors. Calcium and vitamin D are essential. Without enough calcium, bones become brittle. Without vitamin D, your body cannot absorb calcium efficiently. Weight-bearing exercise stimulates bone formation. Hormones, especially estrogen in women and testosterone in men, help maintain bone density. As people age, bone remodeling becomes imbalanced. Bone breakdown outpaces bone formation, leading to osteoporosis, a condition where bones become porous and fragile. This is especially common in postmenopausal women because estrogen levels drop sharply after menopause. People with osteoporosis can fracture bones from minor falls or even normal activities. Bones can also develop cancer. Bone cancer can be primary, originating in the bone itself, or metastatic, spreading from cancer elsewhere in the body. Cancer disrupts the normal remodeling process, weakening bone and causing pain. But for most people, bones are remarkably durable. They support your weight, protect your organs, allow movement, produce blood cells, and store minerals. They do all this while remaining light enough that you can move efficiently. Your skeleton is a framework, but it is also a record. Bones preserve information about your life. Stress fractures from repeated activities, healed breaks from old injuries, changes from diseases or nutritional deficiencies. Forensic scientists can read bones like a biography, determining age, sex, ancestry, health conditions, and sometimes cause of death. Every movement you make is possible because of your skeleton. Bones provide anchor points for muscles. When muscles contract, they pull on bones, creating movement. Without bones, your muscles would have nothing to pull against. You would be a formless blob. Right now, your skeleton is bearing the weight of your body. If you are sitting, your pelvis and spine are supporting your upper body. If you are lying down, multiple bones are distributing the load. Your bones are constantly under stress, constantly adapting, constantly maintaining the structure that defines your physical form. And yet, bones cannot move themselves. They are passive structures waiting for force to be applied. That force comes from muscle, tissue that can contract, that can generate movement, that can turn the static architecture of bone into the dynamic action of a living being. Let us talk about the engines of motion. Let us explore your muscles. You have approximately 640 muscles in your body. Together, they make up about 40% of your total body weight. Every movement you have ever made, every gesture, every expression, every breath has been the result of muscle contraction. Muscles can only do one thing. They can pull, they cannot push. This might seem like a limitation, but your body has solved this problem through elegant design. Muscles are arranged in opposing pairs. When one contracts and pulls, its partner relaxes. When you bend your elbow, your bicep contracts while your tricep relaxes. When you straighten your elbow, the opposite happens. Push and pull are both achieved through pulling in different directions. There are three types of muscle tissue in your body, each with different properties and functions. Skeletal muscle is what most people think of when they hear the word muscle. These are the muscles attached to your bones, the ones you use to move voluntarily. Skeletal muscles are striated, meaning they have a striped appearance under a microscope. These stripes are caused by the organized arrangement of protein filaments that slide past each other during contraction. Smooth muscle is found in the walls of your internal organs, your stomach, intestines, bladder, and blood vessels all contain smooth muscle. Unlike skeletal muscle, smooth muscle contracts involuntarily. You cannot consciously control it. Smooth muscle is responsible for peristalsis, the wave-like contractions that move food through your digestive tract. It controls the diameter of your blood vessels. It contracts your bladder when you urinate. Cardiac muscle is found only in your heart. It has properties of both skeletal and smooth muscle. It is striated like skeletal muscle, but it contracts involuntarily like smooth. Cardiac muscle cells are connected by special junctions that allow electrical signals to pass from cell to cell, ensuring the heart contracts in a coordinated rhythm. Let us focus on skeletal muscle, the type you can control. At the microscopic level, muscle is made of long cells called muscle fibers. Each fiber contains thousands of myofibrils, which are bundles of protein filaments. The two main types of filaments are actin and myosin. During contraction, myosin filaments grab onto actin filaments and pull, causing the filaments to slide past each other. This sliding shortens the muscle fiber, and when thousands of fibers shorten simultaneously, the whole muscle contracts. This process requires energy. Muscles burn ATP, the same energy currency every cell uses. When you contract a muscle, ATP is broken down to provide the energy for myosin to pull on actin. The harder and longer you contract a muscle, the more ATP it consumes. Muscles store a small amount of ATP enough for a few seconds of maximum effort. For longer activity, muscles need to produce more ATP. They do this through cellular respiration, burning glucose and fat in the presence of oxygen. This is aerobic metabolism, and it can sustain muscle activity for extended periods as long as oxygen is available. But when you exercise intensely, your muscles may not get enough oxygen to meet their energy demands. When this happens, they switch to anaerobic metabolism, producing ATP without oxygen. This is less efficient and produces lactic acid as a byproduct. Lactic acid buildup causes the burning sensation you feel during intense exercise. After intense activity, you may experience delayed onset muscle soreness, the aching that appears a day or two later. This is caused by microscopic damage to muscle fibers. When you push a muscle beyond its usual limits, tiny tears form in the tissue. Your body repairs these tears, and in the process, the muscle becomes slightly stronger. This is how strength training works. You damage muscle, it heals stronger, and over time you build strength. Muscle fibers come in different types. Slow twitch fibers contract slowly but can sustain activity for long periods. They are used for endurance activities like distance running or maintaining posture. Fast twitch fibers contract quickly and powerfully, but fatigue rapidly. They are used for explosive movements like sprinting or jumping. Different people have different proportions of slow and fast twitch fibers, partly determined by genetics. Elite endurance athletes tend to have more slow twitch fibers. Elite sprinters and power athletes tend to have more fast twitch fibers. You can train to improve either type, but your basic proportion is largely inherited. Your muscles are constantly using and rebuilding proteins. Even at rest, muscle tissue is in a state of dynamic equilibrium, breaking down old proteins and synthesizing new ones. This is why adequate protein intake is important. Without enough protein, your body cannot maintain muscle mass. When you do not use a muscle, it atrophies. The body is ruthlessly efficient. It will not maintain tissue that is not being used. This is why bedridden patients lose muscle mass so quickly without regular contraction. Muscles shrink. Astronauts in zero gravity face the same problem. Without the constant pull of gravity forcing muscles to work, they weaken rapidly. Space agencies have developed exercise regimens to minimize muscle loss during long missions. Conversely, regular use maintains and builds muscle. This is why physical activity is so important for health. Muscles are not just for movement. They are metabolically active tissue that affects your entire body. Muscle tissue helps regulate blood sugar, stores glucose, and influences metabolism. Loss of muscle mass is associated with numerous health problems, especially in aging. Some muscles in your body were surprisingly small. The stapedius, the muscle that stabilizes the stapes bone in your ear, is less than 2 millimeters long. Its job is to dampen loud sounds, protecting your inner ear from damage. Despite its tiny size, it plays an important protective role. Other muscles are remarkably large. Your gluteus maximus, the main muscle in your buttocks, is the largest muscle by volume. It is the primary muscle used for standing from a sitting position, climbing stairs, and running. Humans have unusually large and powerful gluteal muscles compared to other primates, likely an adaptation for long-distance running. The strongest muscle relative to its size is the masseter, your jaw muscle. It can exert a force of up to 200 pounds on your molars. This incredible force is necessary for chewing tough foods. Your ancestors needed powerful jaws to process raw meat and fibrous plants. Modern diets are softer, but you still have that ancestral power. It takes 17 muscles to smile and 43 muscles to frown. This often quoted fact is oversimplified, as the exact number depends on how you define the expressions, but the general point is true. Smiling requires less muscular effort than frowning. Maybe there is a biological reason to choose happiness. Your face contains about 43 muscles, most of them tiny, working in complex combinations to produce facial expressions. These muscles are unique because many of them attach directly to skin rather than to bone. This allows for the incredible range of expressions humans can produce. You can convey subtle emotions, intentions, and thoughts through minute changes in facial muscle tension. Facial expressions are largely universal across cultures. Smiling, frowning, expressions of surprise, fear, disgust, and anger are recognized worldwide. This suggests that facial expressions are innate, not learned. Babies born blind still smile and frown, even though they have never seen these expressions. Your eye muscles are the fastest muscles in your body. They can contract in less than 1/100th of a second, allowing your eyes to make rapid movements called saccades. These muscles work constantly throughout your waking hours, adjusting your gaze, tracking movement, focusing on objects at different distances. By the end of an average day, your eye muscles have made about 100,000 movements. Muscles are controlled by motor neurons, nerve cells that extend from your spinal cord to muscle fibers. When a motor neuron fires, it releases a chemical signal at the junction between nerve and muscle called the neuromuscular junction. This signal causes the muscle fiber to contract. A single motor neuron can control multiple muscle fibers. The motor neuron and all the fibers it controls are called a motor unit. For fine motor control, like moving your fingers or eyes, motor units are small, with each neuron controlling just a few fibers. For gross motor control, like large leg muscles, motor units are large, with each neuron controlling hundreds of fibers. Your brain does not control individual muscle fibers, it controls motor units. When you decide to move, your brain sends signals to activate specific combinations of motor units. The more motor units activated, the stronger the contraction. This is how you can modulate force, pressing gently or gripping tightly using the same muscle. Practice and training refine motor control. When you learn a new skill, whether playing an instrument, typing, or throwing a ball, you are teaching your nervous system to activate the right motor units in the right sequence at the right time. With enough repetition, these patterns become automatic, stored as motor memory. Motor memory is remarkably persistent. Skills learned years ago can be recalled with surprising ease. This is why people say you never forget how to ride a bike. The motor patterns are deeply embedded in your nervous system. Muscles also generate heat. They devote 75% of the energy used by muscles is released as heat. This is why you warm up during exercise. This heat production is essential for maintaining body temperature. When you are cold, you shiver. Shivering is rapid muscle contraction that generates heat without producing movement. Your muscles are also sensory organs. They contain stretch receptors that provide feedback to your brain about muscle length and tension. This sense is called proprioception, your awareness of body position in space. Close your eyes and touch your nose. You can do this because proprioceptors in your arm muscles tell your brain where your hand is, even without visual input. Damage to proprioception is profoundly disabling. Without this sense, simple movements become difficult or impossible. You would have to visually monitor every movement, and even then, coordination would be severely impaired. Right now, muscles throughout your body are working. Your diaphragm is contracting to draw air into your lungs. Your heart muscle is beating. Small muscles are maintaining your posture, making constant tiny adjustments to keep you balanced. Muscles in your eyes are moving constantly, even when you think you are holding your gaze still. Most of this activity is unconscious. Your brain handles it automatically, freeing your conscious mind for other things. But you can bring muscle activity into conscious awareness. You can feel tension in your shoulders, tightness in your jaw, the weight of your body against whatever surface supports you. Muscles are the interface between intention and action. Your brain generates the desire to move. Your muscles execute that desire. Without muscles, thought could not become deed. You would be a mind trapped in a motionless body. But muscles alone are not enough. They need commands. They need coordination. They need a communication network that connects every part of your body to the control center in your skull. They need a system that can transmit information faster than conscious thought. Let us explore the wiring that makes movement possible. Let us talk about your nervous system. Information is racing through your body right now at 268 miles per hour. That is faster than a Formula One race car, faster than most commercial airplanes fly. Electrical signals are traveling from your brain to your muscles, from your skin to your spinal cord, from your eyes to your visual cortex. Your nervous system is a biological internet carrying data at incredible speeds through a network that spans your entire body. You have about 45 miles of nerves threading through your tissues. That is enough to stretch from New York City to Philadelphia. These nerves form a communication system more complex than any network humans have ever built. And unlike human networks, yours has been running without interruption since before you were born. Your nervous system has two main divisions: the central nervous system, consisting of your brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system, consisting of all the nerves that extend from your brain and spinal cord to the rest of your body. The peripheral nervous system has two subdivisions: the somatic nervous system, which controls voluntary movements and transmits sensory information, and the autonomic nervous system, which controls involuntary functions like heart rate, digestion, and breathing. The autonomic nervous system further divides into sympathetic and parasympathetic branches. The sympathetic system is your fight or flight response. It activates during stress, increasing heart rate, dilating pupils, diverting blood to muscles, and preparing your body for action. The parasympathetic system is your rest and digest response. It promotes relaxation, slows heart rate, increases digestion, and conserves energy. These two systems balance each other. Most organs receive input from both. Your heart, for instance, has sympathetic nerves that speed it up and parasympathetic nerves that slow it down. The balance between these inputs determines your heart rate at any given moment. Let us talk about the basic unit of the nervous system: the neuron. Neurons are specialized cells designed to transmit electrical signals. They have a cell body containing the nucleus and most of the cellular machinery, Extending from the cell body are dendrites, branched extensions that receive signals from other neurons, and extending in the opposite direction is an axon, a long thin projection that transmits signals to other cells. Axons can be surprisingly long. The neurons that control your toes have cell bodies in your spinal cord and axons that extend all the way down your leg to your feet. These axons can be over 3 feet long. That is an enormous distance for a single cell. Signals travel along axons as waves of electrical activity. The cell membrane of a neuron maintains a voltage difference between inside and outside, like a tiny battery. When a neuron is stimulated enough, it fires an action potential, a rapid change in voltage that propagates down the axon like a wave. This action potential is all or nothing. Either the neuron fires or it does not. There is no middle ground. The strength of a stimulus is encoded by how often neurons fire, not by the size of individual action potentials. A strong stimulus causes rapid firing. A weak stimulus causes slow firing. When an action potential reaches the end of an axon, it triggers the release of neurotransmitters, chemicals that cross the gap between neurons and bind to receptors on the next cell. Some neurotransmitters excite the receiving neuron, making it more likely to fire. Others inhibit it, making it less likely to fire. Your brain contains trillions of synapses, the junctions where neurons communicate. Each neuron can receive input from thousands of other neurons, the pattern of which synapses are active at any given moment determines what you think, feel, and do. Learning involves changing synapses. When you learn something new, some synapses strengthen, others weaken, and new synapses form. Your experiences physically reshape your brain. This is neuroplasticity in action. Many axons are wrapped in myelin, a fatty insulation that dramatically increases signal speed. Myelin is produced by support cells called glial cells. In the central nervous system, these are oligodendrocytes. In the peripheral nervous system, they are Schwann cells. Myelin allows signals to travel much faster. An unmyelinated axon conducts signals at about 2 miles per hour. An myelinated axon can conduct at over 200 miles per hour. This is why multiple sclerosis, a disease where myelin is destroyed, causes such severe neurological problems. Signals slow down and communication breaks down. Your spinal cord is about 18 inches long and weighs about 1.5 ounces. It extends from the base of your brain to your lower back. Despite its small size, it is the information superhighway connecting your brain to the rest of your body. 31 pairs of spinal nerves branch off from the spinal cord, each serving a specific region of your body. These nerves carry sensory information into the spinal cord and motor commands out to muscles. The spinal cord also handles reflexes, rapid automatic responses that bypass the brain. When you touch something hot, sensory neurons carry that information to your spinal cord. The spinal cord immediately sends a signal to motor neurons, causing you to pull your hand away. This happens before the pain signal reaches your brain. You react before you consciously register what happened. Reflexes are faster than thought because they take shortcuts through the nervous system. The spinal cord can be damaged by trauma, disease, or compression. Damage at different levels causes different patterns of paralysis. The higher the damage, the more of the body is affected. Damage to the upper cervical spine can cause quadriplegia, paralysis of all 4 limbs. Damage to the lower spine might cause paraplegia, paralysis of the legs. Even with a damaged spinal cord, the brain remains intact. This is the tragedy of spinal cord injury. The mind is unaffected, but the connection to the body is severed. Researchers are working on ways to bypass spinal cord damage, using technology to read signals from the brain and deliver them directly to muscles or prosthetic limbs. Your nervous system is constantly active. Even during deep sleep, neurons are firing, processing information, consolidating memories, maintaining bodily functions. Your brain never truly rests. It cannot. If it did, you would die. The nervous system has remarkable redundancy. Multiple pathways can carry similar information. If one route is damaged, others can often compensate. This is why people can sometimes recover function after brain injuries. Other parts of the brain take over the duties of damaged regions. But this redundancy has limits. Some functions are localized to specific brain regions with no backup. Damage to these areas causes permanent deficits. The nervous system is both resilient and fragile, capable of amazing adaptation, but vulnerable to catastrophic failure. Nerves can regenerate, but only in the peripheral nervous system. If you cut a nerve in your arm, the axons can regrow, following pathways laid down by Schwann cells. Recovery takes time, often months, and it is not always complete, but regeneration is possible. In the central nervous system, regeneration is much more limited. When neurons in the brain or spinal cord die, they are generally not replaced. This is why stroke and spinal cord injury often cause permanent damage. Scientists are researching ways to promote regeneration in the central nervous system, but it remains one of the great challenges in medicine. Pain is transmitted through specialized sensory neurons called nociceptors. When tissue is damaged, these neurons fire, sending signals to the spinal cord and brain. The brain interprets these signals and generates the sensation of pain. But pain is not a simple sensation. It is modulated by many factors: emotional state, attention, expectation, and past experience all influence how much pain you feel. This is why the same injury can be more painful at some times than others. This is why distraction can reduce pain. This is why placebos work. Chronic pain can occur when the nervous system becomes oversensitive. Neurons that normally respond only to harmful stimuli start responding to harmless ones. The nervous system itself becomes the problem, generating pain signals even when there is no tissue damage. This is neuropathic pain, and it is notoriously difficult to treat. Temperature sensation is handled by thermoreceptors, specialized neurons that respond to heat or cold. Interestingly, extreme cold can activate the same receptors as heat, which is why very cold objects can feel burning. Proprioception, your sense of body position, relies on specialized receptors in muscles, tendons, and joints. These receptors constantly monitor muscle length, tension, and joint angle, sending this information to the brain. Your brain integrates this data to create a sense of where your body is in space. Damage to proprioception is devastating. Without it, coordinated movement becomes nearly impossible. You lose the intuitive sense of where your limbs are. Every movement requires visual monitoring and intense concentration. The nervous system also controls emotions. The limbic system, a group of structures deep in the brain, generates emotional responses. The amygdala processes fear. The hippocampus is involved in memory and emotion. The hypothalamus regulates stress responses. Emotions are not separate from the nervous system, they are products of it. Every feeling you have ever experienced, every moment of joy or sadness or anger or love, has been generated by patterns of neural activity. Change those patterns, and you change the emotions. This is how psychiatric medications work. They alter neurotransmitter levels or receptor activity, changing the patterns of neural firing and thus changing emotional states. Depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia all involve disruptions in normal neural function. These are not character flaws or failures of willpower. They are medical conditions rooted in the biology of the nervous system. Your nervous system is also plastic. It can change throughout your life. When you learn a skill, neural pathways strengthen. When you stop using a skill, pathways weaken. Your brain is constantly adapting to your experiences. This plasticity is why rehabilitation works after brain injury. The Sathas Verstaffer from injury healthy parts of the brain can sometimes learn to perform functions that were lost. It takes time and effort, but the nervous system can rewire itself. Right now, your nervous system is coordinating everything. Sensory signals are streaming in from your skin, eyes, ears, and internal organs. Your spinal cord is handling reflexes. Your brainstem is maintaining vital functions like breathing and heart rate. Your cerebellum is coordinating balance and movement. Your cortex is processing thoughts and generating this moment of consciousness. All of this is happening through trillions of synapses, billions of neurons, firing in patterns too complex to fully comprehend. You are a symphony of electrical and chemical activity, a storm of signals giving rise to the experience of being you. But this complex system needs protection. It needs defenders, because your body is under constant attack from organisms that see you as food, as habitat, as a resource to exploit. You need an army working every moment to keep you alive. Let us talk about your invisible defenders. Let us explore your immune system. You are surrounded by organisms that want you dead, not out of malice. They have no consciousness, no intent, no awareness of your existence as a living being, but they want to consume your resources. Bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites, all of them evolved to exploit biological systems like yours. You are walking food, a collection of nutrients wrapped in skin. The only reason you are not constantly sick or dead is your immune system, an army of specialized cells and molecules that patrol your body 24 hours a day, identifying threats and neutralizing them. This army never sleeps. It cannot afford to. Right now, without your awareness, battles are being fought inside you. Pathogens that entered through your nose, your mouth, a small cut on your skin, are being hunted down and destroyed. Your immune system is winning these battles constantly. Most infections are stopped before you ever notice them. Your immune system has two main branches: innate immunity and adaptive immunity. Innate immunity is your first line of defense. It includes physical barriers, like your skin and mucous membranes, which keep pathogens out. It includes cells that attack anything foreign without needing to identify what it is specifically. This response is fast but generic. Adaptive immunity is more sophisticated. It learns, it can recognize specific pathogens and mount targeted attacks. It also remembers Once your adaptive immune system has encountered a pathogen, it responds faster and more effectively if it ever sees that pathogen again. This is immunological memory, the basis for vaccination. Let us start with barriers. Your skin is more than just a covering, it is a defensive wall. The outer layer of your skin is made of dead cells filled with keratin, a tough protein. This layer is constantly being shed and replaced. Pathogens that land on your skin are eventually removed as dead skin cells flake off. Your skin is also slightly acidic and produces antimicrobial peptides, small proteins that kill bacteria and fungi. The surface of your skin is hostile territory for most microorganisms, but skin has openings. Your eyes, nose, mouth, respiratory tract, digestive tract, and urogenital tract are all potential entry points. These areas are protected by mucous membranes, tissues that secrete mucus. Mucus traps pathogens. Cilia, tiny hair-like structures, move the mucus along, eventually delivering it to your stomach where acid destroys most microorganisms, or to your throat where you swallow it. Tears contain an enzyme called lysozyme that breaks down bacterial cell walls. Saliva also contains antimicrobial substances. Your stomach acid kills most bacteria that enter through food. Your gut contains trillions of beneficial bacteria that compete with and suppress harmful ones. Despite all these barriers, pathogens sometimes get through. When they do, your innate immune system responds. White blood cells are the soldiers of your immune system. There are several types, each with specialized functions. Neutrophils are the most abundant. They respond quickly to infections, engulfing and digesting bacteria and fungi. They are short-lived, surviving only hours to days, but they are produced in enormous numbers. When you get an infection, neutrophils rush to the site. They release chemicals that attract more immune cells. They engulf bacteria and destroy them with toxic chemicals. In the process, many neutrophils die. Pus is mostly dead neutrophils mixed with dead bacteria. Macrophages are larger cells that also engulf pathogens, but they live longer than neutrophils and have additional roles. They clean up debris, including dead cells and neutrophils. They present pieces of pathogens to other immune cells, helping coordinate the immune response. They are found throughout your body, constantly patrolling for threats. Natural killer cells attack infected cells and cancer cells. They do not target pathogens directly. Instead, they identify and destroy your own cells that have been compromised. Every cell in your body displays markers on its surface, indicating it is healthy. If a cell becomes infected or turns cancerous, these markers change. Natural killer cells detect the change and kill the cell before it can spread infection or cancer. This happens constantly. Your body produces abnormal cells every day. Some are infected. Some have DNA errors that could lead to cancer. Your immune system destroys most of them before they become problems. Cancer occurs when abnormal cells slip past immune surveillance and begin multiplying. The adaptive immune system involves lymphocytes, white blood cells that can recognize specific pathogens. There are two main types, B cells and T cells. B cells produce antibodies, Y-shaped proteins that bind to specific molecules on pathogens. Each B cell makes antibodies that recognize one particular target. When a B cell encounters its target, it multiplies rapidly, producing thousands of copies of itself. These cells pump out antibodies that mark pathogens for destruction. Antibodies serve multiple functions. They can neutralize viruses, preventing them from entering cells. They can clump pathogens together, making them easier for macrophages to engulf. They can activate other parts of the immune system, such as the complement system, a cascade of proteins that punches holes in bacterial membranes. T cells come in several varieties. Helper T cells coordinate immune responses, activating B cells and other immune cells. Cytotoxic T cells kill infected cells. Regulatory T cells suppress immune responses after an infection is cleared, preventing excessive inflammation. When you encounter a pathogen for the first time, your adaptive immune system takes days to mount an effective response. This delay is why you get sick. The pathogen has time to multiply before your immune system can stop it. But once the infection is cleared, some B cells and T cells become memory cells. These cells persist for years, sometimes for life. If you encounter the same pathogen again, memory cells recognize it immediately and mount a rapid response. This is why you rarely get the same cold twice. Your immune system remembers. This is also how vaccines work. They expose your immune system to a harmless version of a pathogen, allowing memory cells to form without you getting sick. Allergies are immune system mistakes. Your immune system identifies a harmless substance, like pollen or peanuts, as a threat and mounts an attack. The symptoms of an allergic reaction, sneezing, itching, swelling, are caused by your own immune response, not by the allergen itself. In severe cases, allergic reactions can be life-threatening. Anaphylaxis involves a massive immune response that causes blood pressure to drop and airways to constrict. This can be fatal within minutes without treatment. Autoimmune diseases occur when the immune system attacks your own tissues. Type 1 diabetes involves immune destruction of insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. Rheumatoid arthritis involves immune attacks on joints. Multiple sclerosis involves immune destruction of myelin in the nervous system. The immune system, which exists to protect you, turns against you. Why this happens is not fully understood. Genetics play a role. Environmental triggers may be involved. The immune system has mechanisms to prevent attacking self, but sometimes these mechanisms fail. Inflammation is a normal part of the immune response. When tissue is damaged or infected, immune cells release chemicals that cause blood vessels to dilate and become leaky. This allows more immune cells and antibodies to reach the site. It also causes redness, swelling, heat, and pain. Acute inflammation is beneficial. It helps fight infections and promotes healing. But chronic inflammation, lasting weeks or months, is harmful. It damages tissues and contributes to diseases like heart disease, cancer, and Alzheimer's. Your immune system also communicates with your brain. When you are sick, your immune system releases cytokines, signaling molecules that tell your brain something is wrong. Your brain responds by making you feel tired, achy, and unmotivated. This is called sickness behavior, and it serves a purpose. Resting conserves energy for fighting infection. Avoiding social contact reduces spread of disease. Fever is another immune strategy. Raising body temperature makes conditions less favorable for pathogens and speeds up immune cell activity. Moderate fevers are beneficial. Only very high fevers, above 104 degrees Fahrenheit, are dangerous. Stress suppresses immune function. When you are under chronic stress, your body produces cortisol, a hormone that dampens immune responses. This is why stressed people get sick more often. The immune system cannot function optimally when resources are being diverted to deal with stress. Sleep is essential for immune health. During sleep, your body produces cytokines that promote immune function. Sleep deprivation impairs immune responses, making you more susceptible to infections. Nutrition also affects immunity. Vitamins, minerals, and proteins are necessary for producing immune cells and molecules. Malnutrition weakens immune defenses. This is why infections are so dangerous in impoverished populations. Your immune system changes with age. In early life, it is still learning, which is why children get sick frequently. They are building immunological memory. In old age, immune function declines. Older adults are more susceptible to infections and less responsive to vaccines. This immune aging, called immunosenescence, is a major reason why infectious diseases are more dangerous in the elderly. The immune system is extraordinarily complex, involving dozens of cell types, hundreds of signaling molecules, and countless interactions. Scientists are still discovering new aspects of how it works. Immunology is one of the most active areas of research in medicine. Cancer immunotherapy, which harnesses the immune system to fight cancer, has revolutionized cancer treatment. Checkpoint inhibitors remove brakes on immune cells, allowing them to attack tumors. CAR T cell therapy involves engineering a patient's own T cells to recognize and destroy cancer cells. These approaches have produced remarkable results in some cancers. Right now, your immune system is working. Neutrophils are patrolling your bloodstream. Macrophages are cleaning up debris in your tissues. Lymphocytes are surveying cells for signs of infection. Antibodies are binding to pathogens. Memory cells are standing ready to respond if familiar threats return. All of this happens silently, invisibly, without conscious effort. You are alive because your immune system never stops fighting. It is the difference between life and death, health and disease, self and other. But the immune system does not operate alone. It is integrated with other systems, influenced by hormones, regulated by the nervous system, shaped by your microbiome. Your body is not a collection of separate systems. It is a unified whole, each part influencing the others. Let us explore one more system of chemical communication. Let us talk about your hormones. Your body speaks a language older than words, a chemical language written in molecules that travel through your bloodstream, carrying instructions to distant cells. This is the language of hormones, and it controls more of your life than you probably realize. Hormones are chemical messengers produced by glands and released into your blood. Unlike the nervous system, which sends rapid electrical signals through wires, the endocrine system sends slower chemical signals through the bloodstream. But what hormones lack in speed, they make up for in duration and scope. A single hormone molecule can affect millions of cells throughout your body for hours or even days. Your body produces over 50 different hormones. Each one is a key that fits specific locks on target cells. When a hormone binds to its receptor, it triggers changes inside the cell. Genes are activated or suppressed. Enzymes are turned on or off. The cell's behavior changes in response to the chemical message. The master gland of your endocrine system is the pituitary, a pea-sized structure hanging from the base of your brain. Despite its tiny size, The pituitary controls many other glands throughout your body. It produces growth hormone, which regulates how tall you grow. It produces thyroid stimulating hormone, which tells your thyroid to speed up or slow down. It produces hormones that control your reproductive system. But the pituitary itself is controlled by the hypothalamus, a brain region just above it. The hypothalamus monitors your body's internal state and sends chemical signals to the pituitary, which then sends signals to other glands. This creates a hierarchy of control, a chain of command that coordinates your entire endocrine system. Your thyroid gland, located in your neck, produces thyroid hormones that regulate metabolism. These hormones affect nearly every cell in your body, controlling how fast they burn energy. Too much thyroid hormone, and you become hyperactive, anxious, lose weight despite eating normally. Too little, and you become sluggish, depressed, gain weight easily. The thyroid is like a thermostat for your metabolic rate. Thyroid disorders are common. Millions of people take synthetic thyroid hormone to replace what their thyroid cannot produce. The proper dose is critical. Too much or too little can cause serious symptoms. Finding the right balance often requires trial and adjustment. Your pancreas, nestled behind your stomach, produces insulin and glucagon, hormones that regulate blood sugar. When you eat, blood sugar rises. Your pancreas releases insulin, which signals cells to absorb glucose from the blood. When you fast, blood sugar drops. Your pancreas releases glucagon, which signals your liver to release stored glucose. This system maintains blood sugar in a narrow range, essential for brain function. Your brain depends on glucose for energy and cannot tolerate large swings in blood sugar. Too high, and you risk damage to blood vessels and nerves. Too low, and you risk confusion, seizures, even coma. Type 1 diabetes occurs when the immune system destroys insulin producing cells in the pancreas. Without insulin, blood sugar rises dangerously high. Before the discovery of insulin in the 1920s, type 1 diabetes was a death sentence. Now it can be managed with insulin injections, though it requires constant monitoring and adjustment. Type 2 diabetes is different. The pancreas still produces insulin, but cells become resistant to it. Blood sugar rises because cells are not responding to insulin signals. Type 2 diabetes is strongly linked to obesity and lifestyle. It can often be managed with diet, exercise, and medication, though some people eventually need insulin. Your adrenal glands sit atop your kidneys like little hats. They produce several important hormones. The adrenal cortex produces cortisol, a stress hormone that affects metabolism, immune function, and blood pressure. The adrenal medulla produces adrenaline, the hormone that kicks in during emergencies. When you face a threat, real or perceived, your hypothalamus triggers a cascade of signals that ends with your adrenal glands releasing adrenaline. Within seconds, your heart pounds, your breathing accelerates, your pupils dilate, your muscles tense. Blood is diverted from your digestive system to your muscles. Your liver releases glucose for quick energy. You are primed for action. This is the fight or flight response, and it has kept your ancestors alive for millions of years. But chronic stress keeps cortisol elevated, which is harmful. Prolonged high cortisol suppresses immune function, increases blood pressure, promotes fat storage around your abdomen, disrupts sleep, and impairs memory. Modern life, with its constant low-level stress, can keep your stress response activated, far too often. Your reproductive system is controlled by hormones produced in multiple glands. The hypothalamus releases gonadotropin, releasing hormone. The pituitary releases luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. In the gonads, ovaries in females and testes in males produce sex hormones like estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. These hormones do far more than control reproduction. They affect mood, energy levels, bone density, muscle mass, fat distribution, and even cognition. This is why hormonal changes during puberty, pregnancy, and menopause have such profound effects on the body and mind. Puberty is triggered by hormonal changes that begin in the brain. The hypothalamus starts releasing more gonadotropin releasing hormone, which cascades down through the pituitary to the gonads. Sex hormone production increases dramatically. This triggers the development of secondary sexual characteristics, growth spurts, and sexual maturation. The timing of puberty varies widely. Some children begin as early as 8 or 9. Others do not start until 13 or 14. Genetics, nutrition, stress, and environmental factors all play roles, but the basic mechanism is hormonal, controlled by the endocrine system. In females, the menstrual cycle is a complex hormonal dance. Estrogen and progesterone levels rise and fall in a roughly monthly pattern, preparing the body for potential pregnancy. These fluctuations affect mood, energy, pain sensitivity, and many other aspects of physiology. The experience is highly variable. Some women have minimal symptoms. Others experience significant physical and emotional changes. Menopause occurs when the ovaries stop producing significant amounts of estrogen. This hormonal shift causes hot flashes, mood changes, bone density loss, and other symptoms. Hormone replacement therapy can alleviate symptoms but carries its own risks. The decision to use it involves weighing benefits against potential harms. In males, testosterone production begins in puberty and continues throughout life, though levels gradually decline with age. Testosterone affects muscle mass, bone density, fat distribution, red blood cell production, mood, and libido. Low testosterone can cause fatigue, depression, and decreased muscle mass. Very high testosterone can increase aggression and risk-taking behavior. The pineal gland, a tiny structure deep in your brain, produces melatonin. This hormone regulates your sleep-wake cycle. Melatonin production increases in the evening as light levels drop, making you feel sleepy. It decreases in the morning as light levels rise, helping you wake up. This system evolved to keep you synchronized with the day-night cycle. Artificial lighting disrupts it. Exposure to bright light, especially blue light from screens, in the evening suppresses melatonin production, making it harder to fall asleep. This is one reason why screen time before bed can interfere with sleep. Melatonin supplements can help with jet lag or shift work when your internal clock is out of sync with your environment, but they are not a magic sleep aid. They work best when used to adjust your circadian rhythm, not as a general sedative. Your parathyroid glands, 4 tiny glands embedded in your thyroid, produce parathyroid hormone, which regulates calcium levels in your blood. Calcium is essential for nerve function, muscle contraction, and bone health. Your body maintains blood calcium in a very narrow range. When calcium drops too low, parathyroid hormone is released. It signals your bones to release calcium, your kidneys to retain calcium, and your intestines to absorb more calcium from food. When calcium is too high, the parathyroid glands reduce hormone production, and excess calcium is excreted or stored. Parathyroid disorders can cause serious problems. Too much parathyroid hormone weakens bones and causes kidney stones. Too little causes muscle cramps, seizures, and heart arrhythmias. The balance is delicate. Hormones interact in complex ways. One hormone can amplify or suppress another. The effects of a hormone depend on what other hormones are present. This is why hormonal balance is so important, and why disrupting one hormone can have cascading effects throughout the endocrine system. Endocrine disruptors are chemicals that interfere with hormones. Some pesticides, plastics, and industrial chemicals can mimic or block hormones, confusing the endocrine system. Exposure to these chemicals, especially during development, may contribute to reproductive problems, obesity, and other health issues. This is an active area of research and concern. The endocrine system is slower than the nervous system, but just as essential. It regulates growth, metabolism, reproduction, stress responses, sleep, and countless other functions. Without hormones, your body could not maintain homeostasis, the stable internal environment necessary for life. Homeostasis is the body's ability to keep conditions within acceptable ranges despite external changes. Temperature, pH, blood sugar, blood pressure, electrolyte levels all must stay within narrow limits. The endocrine system, along with the nervous system, constantly monitors and adjusts these variables. When you are cold, your thyroid increases metabolism to generate heat. When you are dehydrated, your pituitary releases antidiuretic hormone, signaling your kidneys to retain water. When you are stressed, your adrenal glands release cortisol, mobilizing energy reserves. These adjustments happen automatically, without conscious thought. Right now, hormones are circulating through your bloodstream. Insulin is managing your blood sugar. Thyroid hormones are regulating your metabolism. Cortisol levels are fluctuating based on your stress level. Melatonin is rising or falling depending on the time of day. These chemical messages are coordinating your body's functions, maintaining balance, keeping you alive. You cannot feel hormones the way you can feel your heartbeat or breath, but their effects are profound. They shape your growth, your mood, your energy, your sleep, your appetite, your sexual function. They influence who you are in ways both subtle and obvious. The endocrine system is a reminder that you are not just a mechanical body, you are a chemical system regulated by molecular messages, balanced by feedback loops, influenced by internal and external factors. You are chemistry in motion, a living laboratory where thousands of reactions occur every second. And all of this, the nervous system, the endocrine system, the immune system, the circulatory system, the respiratory system, every system we have explored works together. They are not separate. They are integrated, interconnected, interdependent. Your body is a unified whole, not a collection of parts. But this unified whole is also fragile. Systems can break down, diseases can emerge, and some mysteries remain unsolved, questions science has not yet answered, phenomena that still puzzle researchers. Let us explore what we still do not fully understand. Let us talk about the mysteries that remain. Science has mapped the human genome, photographed individual atoms, sent probes beyond our solar system. But the human body still holds secrets, questions we cannot answer, phenomena we cannot fully explain, mysteries that remind us how much we still have to learn. Why do we yawn? Everyone yawns. Fetuses yawn in the womb. Every vertebrate animal yawns. It is one of the most universal behaviors in the animal kingdom, and yet we do not fully understand why. The old explanation was that yawning increases oxygen intake or expels carbon dioxide, but research has shown this is not true. People do not yawn more in low oxygen environments. Breathing pure oxygen does not stop yawning. Oxygen levels in the blood do not change significantly during a yawn. Current theories suggest yawning might cool the brain. When you yawn, you take in a large volume of cool air, which might help regulate brain temperature, or yawning might serve a social function, synchronizing the alertness of a group. Yawning is contagious. After all, seeing someone yawn makes you more likely to yawn. Even reading about yawning can trigger it. Are you fighting the urge right now? But these are theories, not proven facts. The true function of yawning remains unknown. Why do we need sleep? Sleep is essential. Prolonged sleep deprivation is fatal. But despite decades of research, we still do not fully understand why sleep is necessary. We know what happens during sleep. The brain consolidates memories. The body repairs tissues. Waste products are cleared from the brain. The immune system is strengthened. But why can these processes only happen during sleep? Why could they not happen while awake? Some scientists think sleep allows the brain to perform maintenance tasks that are incompatible with conscious awareness. Others think sleep evolved to keep animals inactive during times when foraging would be dangerous or unproductive. But no single theory explains all aspects of sleep. Dreams are even more mysterious. Why does the brain generate these bizarre narratives during REM sleep? Freud thought dreams revealed unconscious desires. Modern theories suggest dreams help process emotions, consolidate memories, or simulate threats to practice responses, but we really do not know. The content and purpose of dreams remain elusive. What triggers puberty? Puberty begins when the hypothalamus starts releasing more gonadotropin, releasing hormone. But what tells the hypothalamus to do this? What is the signal that says now is the time to begin sexual maturation? We know genetics plays a role. We know nutrition and body fat levels are involved. Girls often begin puberty when they reach a certain body weight, but the exact trigger is unknown. There is likely a complex interplay of genetic, hormonal, and environmental factors that we have not fully deciphered. Why do we age? Aging seems inevitable, but it is not universal in nature. Some organisms do not appear to age. Certain jellyfish can revert to juvenile forms indefinitely. Some tortoises show no increase in mortality rate as they get older. Aging is not a fundamental law of biology. It is something that happens to some organisms, but not others. In humans, aging involves accumulated cellular damage. Telomeres, the protective caps on chromosomes, shorten with each cell division. DNA accumulates mutations. Proteins misfold and aggregate. Mitochondria become less efficient. The immune system weakens, but we do not fully understand why these processes are not better repaired or prevented. Some scientists think aging is programmed, an evolutionary adaptation that removes older individuals to make room for younger ones. Others think aging is simply the result of imperfect repair mechanisms, an accumulation of damage the body cannot fully fix. The debate continues. Anti aging research is one of the most exciting areas in biology. If we could understand why we age, we might be able to slow or stop it. Imagine living healthy, active lives for centuries instead of decades. This is not science fiction. It is a real possibility being explored by serious researchers. What determines handedness? About 90% of people are right handed, 10% are left handed. A very small number are ambidextrous. Handedness appears early in development. Fetuses show hand preferences in the womb. It runs in families, suggesting a genetic component. But no single gene determines handedness. It seems to involve multiple genes plus environmental factors. Left handedness is associated with slight differences in brain structure. Language centers are more likely to be in the right hemisphere in left handed people, but we do not know if these brain differences cause left handedness or result from it. What makes people left handed? Why is it relatively rare? Why has it persisted in human populations instead of being eliminated by natural selection? These questions remain open. Why do we have fingerprints? Everyone has unique fingerprints. Even identical twins who share the same DNA have different fingerprints. This uniqueness has made fingerprints valuable for identification. But why do we have them? The common assumption is that fingerprints improve grip. The ridges increase friction, helping us hold on to objects. But research has shown this may not be correct. In some conditions, fingerprints actually reduce grip. They might instead increase tactile sensitivity, allowing us to feel textures more precisely, or they might help channel water away from our fingertips, improving grip in wet conditions. The true function of fingerprints is still debated, and the mechanisms that create unique patterns remain incompletely understood. What causes hiccups? Hiccups are involuntary contractions of the diaphragm followed by sudden closure of the vocal cords, producing the characteristic hic sound. They usually resolve on their own within minutes. But why do they happen? Hiccups can be triggered by eating too quickly, drinking carbonated beverages, sudden temperature changes, or emotional stress. But these triggers do not explain the underlying mechanism or purpose. Some scientists think hiccups are a vestigial reflex left over from our evolutionary past, perhaps related to how amphibians use their gills. But this is speculation. Most hiccup remedies, holding your breath, drinking water, being startled, work sometimes but not always. We have no reliable cure because we do not fully understand the cause. What determines sexual orientation? Sexual orientation, the pattern of romantic or sexual attraction to others, varies widely. Most people are attracted to the opposite sex. Some are attracted to the same sex. Some are attracted to both or to neither. What determines this? Research suggests sexual orientation has biological roots. Twin studies show higher concordance in identical twins than fraternal twins, suggesting genetic factors. Brain studies show structural differences between homosexual and heterosexual individuals. Hormones during prenatal development may play a role, but there is no single gay gene or straight gene. Sexual orientation appears to involve multiple genes, prenatal hormones, and possibly environmental factors. The mechanisms are complex and not fully understood. And crucially, sexual orientation is not a choice. It emerges early in development and is typically stable throughout life. Why do some people remember their dreams vividly while others rarely recall them? Dream recall varies enormously between individuals. Some people remember multiple dreams every night. Others go months without recalling a dream. What accounts for this difference? Brain imaging studies suggest that people who remember dreams have different patterns of brain activity during sleep. They may wake more frequently during the night, providing more opportunities to transfer dream memories into long term storage. They may have stronger activity in brain regions involved in memory encoding. But we do not fully understand why some brains do this and others do not. Genetics, personality traits, and sleep quality all seem to play roles. Why do women menstruate? Most mammals reabsorb the uterine lining if pregnancy does not occur. Only a few species, including humans, great apes, and some bats, shed the lining as menstrual bleeding. Why? One theory suggests menstruation is a way to expel pathogens that might have entered through the cervix. Another theory proposes that the human endometrium is so thick designed to support the energetically demanding human fetus that it is more efficient to shed and regrow it than to maintain it. But neither theory is universally accepted. Menstruation is costly. It requires energy and nutrients. It makes individuals vulnerable. There must be some benefit that outweighs these costs, but we have not definitively identified what it is. Why do we cry emotional tears? Humans are the only animals that cry in response to emotions. We produce tears when sad, happy, moved, or overwhelmed. Tears serve obvious functions in protecting and lubricating the eye, but emotional tears are different. They have a different chemical composition than reflex tears produced by irritants. Emotional tears contain more protein and stress hormones. Some researchers think crying serves a social function, signaling distress to others and eliciting help or comfort. Others think it helps regulate emotions, releasing stress hormones and calming the nervous system. Both could be true, but the evolutionary origin of emotional crying remains unclear. What causes consciousness? This is perhaps the deepest mystery. How does physical matter generate subjective experience? How do neurons firing in patterns create the feeling of being you? We can correlate brain activity with mental states. We can identify which brain regions are involved in which functions. But correlation is not explanation. We can describe what the brain does, but we cannot explain why it feels like something. Some philosophers think consciousness is fundamental to the universe, not reducible to physical processes. Others think it is an emergent property that arises from complex information processing. Still others think we are asking the wrong questions, that consciousness is not a thing to be explained, but a process to be understood differently. This is the hard problem of consciousness, and it remains unsolved. It may be the hardest problem in all of science. These mysteries are humbling. They remind us that despite all our knowledge, there is still so much we do not understand. The human body, which we live in every moment of our lives, remains partly unknown to us. But these mysteries are also exciting. They represent frontiers, questions waiting to be answered, discoveries waiting to be made. Each generation of scientists reveals new truths about how bodies work. Someday, perhaps soon, some of these mysteries will be solved. And when they are, new mysteries will emerge. This is the nature of scientific inquiry. Every answer raises new questions. The more we learn, the more we realize how much we have yet to learn. But let us step back from what we do not know and return to what we do. Let us appreciate the sheer scale and complexity of what your body accomplishes. Let us consider the numbers that define you. Let us talk about scale, about the numbers that define your existence. Numbers so large they become almost meaningless, yet each one represents something real, something happening inside you right now. You contain 37.2 trillion cells, 37 with 12 zeros. After it, if you tried to count them, one per second, never stopping to sleep or eat, it would take you over 1 million years. By the time you finished, every cell you counted would be dead, replaced multiple times over. But let us break that down further. Your body produces about 250 billion new cells every day. That is roughly 3 million cells per second. In the time it takes to read this sentence, you have created tens of millions of new cells. And you are destroying cells at the same rate. Cell death is not failure, it is design. Programmed cell death, called apoptosis, is essential for development and health. Right now, billions of your cells are receiving signals telling them it is time to die. They dismantle themselves in an orderly fashion, packaging their components for recycling. Their sacrifice maintains the health of the whole. Your brain contains 86 billion neurons. Each neuron can form up to 10,000 connections with other neurons. That means your brain has roughly 1 quadrillion synapses, one with 15 zeros. The number of possible configurations of your neural network exceeds the number of atoms in the observable universe. Think about that. Your brain is more complex than the cosmos. It contains more potential states than there are particles in all the galaxies combined. And somehow from this incomprehensible complexity emerges the singular experience of being you. Every second, your brain processes about 11 million bits of sensory information, but your conscious mind can only handle about 50 bits per second. That means 99.99% of what your brain processes never reaches conscious awareness. You are experiencing only the tiniest sliver of the information flowing through your nervous system. Your eyes contain 126 million photoreceptors, about 120 million rods for detecting light and dark, 6 million cones for detecting color. These cells convert photons, packets of light energy, into electrical signals your brain can interpret. Every second, trillions of photons enter your eyes, and your photoreceptors capture and process them, creating the experience of vision. Your heart beats about 100,000 times per day, roughly 35 million beats per year. Over a lifetime of 75 years, that is about 2.5 billion beats, 2.5 billion perfect contractions, each one pushing blood through your circulatory system. With each beat, your heart pumps about 2 ounces of blood, that is roughly 2,000 gallons per day, 730,000 gallons per year. Over a lifetime, your heart will pump enough blood to fill about 100 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That blood travels through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. 60,000 miles. That is more than twice the circumference of the earth. If you could lay out all your blood vessels end to end, they would stretch from New York to Los Angeles and back, and then from New York to Los Angeles again, with a few thousand miles to spare. Every 20 seconds, Your blood completes a full circuit through your body. That means over the course of a day, your blood makes about 4,300 trips from your heart through your body and back. Each journey delivers oxygen and nutrients, removes waste, and maintains the conditions necessary for cellular life. You take about 20,000 breaths per day. That is roughly 7 million breaths per year. Over a lifetime, you will breathe approximately 600 million times, 600 million inhalations, 600 million exhalations, each one pulling oxygen from the air and expelling carbon dioxide. Your lungs contain 300 million alveoli, tiny air sacs, where gas exchange occurs. If you could spread them all out flat, the total surface area would be about 70 square meters. That is roughly the size of half a tennis court, folded up and packed inside your chest. You produce about 1 to 2 liters of saliva every day. That is enough to fill a 2-liter soda bottle daily. Over a year, that is 365 to 730 liters. Over a lifetime, you will produce about 25,000 liters of saliva, enough to fill a small swimming pool. Your digestive system processes about 30 tons of food over your lifetime. 30 tons. That is the weight of 5 elephants. All of it must be broken down, nutrients extracted, waste eliminated. Your intestines do this work continuously, day after day, for your entire life. Speaking of your intestines, they are home to about 100 trillion microorganisms. That is 10 times more than the number of human cells in your body. You are by cell count more bacteria than human. These microbes weigh about 2 to 5 pounds, roughly the weight of your brain. You are carrying around a separate ecosystem that is essential for your survival. Your skin sheds about 30,000 to 40,000 dead cells every minute. That is roughly 50 million cells per day. Over a year, you lose about 9 pounds of dead skin. Most of the dust in your home is actually your own dead skin cells. You produce about 1 to 1.5 liters of mucus every day. Most of it you swallow without noticing. Over a lifetime, that is about 40,000 liters of mucus, enough to fill a backyard swimming pool. This mucus is essential for protecting your respiratory and digestive tracts from pathogens. Your kidneys filter about 180 liters of blood every day, but most of that is reabsorbed. Only about 1 to 2 liters leave as urine. Still, over a lifetime, you will produce roughly 40,000 liters of urine, another swimming pool's worth. Your bones completely replace themselves every 10 years through remodeling. That means by age 70, you will have had 7 completely different skeletons. Not a single atom of your original childhood bones remains in your adult body. You are a ship that has replaced every plank, yet somehow remains the same vessel. You have about 5 million hairs on your body. Most of them are so fine you barely notice them. Hair on your head grows about 6 inches per year. Over a lifetime, the hair on your head, if never cut, could grow over 30 feet long, though most people never let it get that long. Every fingernail you have will grow about 3 millimeters per month. That is roughly an inch per year. Your toenails grow slower, about 1 millimeter per month. Over a lifetime, you will grow about 50 feet of fingernails and 25 feet of toenails. Constant trimming keeps them manageable, but the growth never stops. Your liver performs over 500 different functions. It processes every nutrient absorbed from your intestines. It filters about a liter of blood per minute. That is 1,400 liters per day. Over a year, 500,000 liters. Over a lifetime, 37 million liters of blood pass through your liver for processing. You blink about 15 to 20 times per minute. That is about 1,200 blinks per hour, 28,800 per day. Over a year, you blink about 10 million times. Over a lifetime, that is roughly 750 million blinks. You spend about 10% of your waking hours with your eyes closed due to blinking, yet you perceive continuous vision because your brain edits out the darkness. Your stomach produces about 2 liters of gastric acid per day. This acid has a pH between 1 and 2, strong enough to dissolve metal. Over a lifetime, you produce about 50,000 liters of stomach acid. Your stomach must constantly regenerate its protective mucus lining to avoid digesting itself. DNA in your cells, if stretched out, would extend about 6 feet per cell. With 37 trillion cells, that is about 222 trillion feet of DNA in your body. That is roughly 42 billion miles. Enough to reach from Earth to the Sun and back more than 200 times, all of it coiled and packed inside cells you cannot even see. You will produce about 10,000 gallons of tears in your lifetime, some from crying, most from the continuous production of tears that keep your eyes lubricated. Tears are constantly being produced and drained away through tiny ducts into your nose. Your muscles make up about 40% of your body weight. If you weigh 150 pounds, 60 pounds of you is muscle. This muscle tissue is constantly being broken down and rebuilt. Over a lifetime, you will synthesize and break down thousands of pounds of muscle protein. You will walk about 70,000 miles in your lifetime if you are moderately active. That is roughly 3 times around the Earth's equator. Each step requires coordination of dozens of muscles, sensory feedback from proprioceptors, balance adjustments from your inner ear, and commands from your brain. Walking is so automatic you never think about it, yet it is an incredibly complex motor skill. These numbers are not just statistics. They represent work being done, energy being expended, molecules being transformed, information being processed. Your body is a perpetual motion machine, never stopping, always active, maintaining the conditions necessary for life. And all of this, every heartbeat, every breath, every cell division, every nerve impulse is happening right now. As you listen to these words, your body is performing miracles, trillions of chemical reactions per second, billions of cells coordinating their activities, countless processes working in harmony to create the unified experience of being alive. The scale is overwhelming, the complexity is incomprehensible, and yet it works. Somehow, despite the astronomical odds against such a system functioning correctly, your body does what it needs to do, moment by moment, day by day, year by year. You are a walking universe of activity, a symphony of molecules, a dance of atoms that has become aware of itself. And that awareness, that consciousness emerging from complexity, might be the most astonishing number of all. One unified self arising from trillions of parts. But beyond the numbers, beyond the facts and figures, there is something else, something harder to quantify, but just as real. There is beauty in this biological machinery. There is poetry in the chemistry of life. Let us explore that poetry. Let us reflect on what it means to be a body. There is something deeply poetic about the fact that you exist at all. The atoms in your body are ancient. The carbon in your cells, the calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, all of it was forged in the cores of stars billions of years ago. When those stars died in supernova explosions, they scattered these elements across space. Over eons, gravity pulled them together into new stars, planets, and eventually, life. You are made from the remnants of dead stars. You are stardust, given form and consciousness. The universe is looking at itself through your eyes. This is not metaphor. This is literal truth. Every atom in your body has been part of countless other things before becoming part of you. The oxygen you just breathed was once part of a tree, a dinosaur, an ancient ocean. The water molecules in your cells have cycled through clouds, rivers, and the bodies of every organism that has ever lived. You are temporary patterns in an eternal flow of matter. Nothing about you is truly yours. You are borrowing these atoms. When you die, they will return to the earth, be taken up by plants, consumed by animals, evaporate into the atmosphere. The matter that makes you will become part of other living things. You will scatter back into the universe that assembled you. But for now, for this brief window of time, these atoms are organized in a pattern that calls itself you. They are arranged in such a way that they can think, feel, and wonder about their own existence. This is extraordinary. Consider what had to happen for you to be here. Your parents had to meet. Their parents had to meet. Going back through generations, every single one of your ancestors, stretching back millions of years, had to survive long enough to reproduce. If any one of them had died before having children, you would not exist. The odds of you being born with your exact DNA are essentially zero. Each parent contributes half their genetic material, randomly shuffled. The number of possible combinations is astronomical. The you that exists is one out of trillions of potential people who could have been born instead. You are a unique configuration that will never be repeated. Your existence depended on precise timing. The specific sperm cell that fertilized the specific egg cell had to meet at exactly the right moment. A few seconds difference, and a different person would have been born, not a sibling. A completely different individual who would never have been you. This makes your existence improbable to the point of impossibility. And yet, here you are. The universe conspired across billions of years and through countless unlikely events to create the conditions for your birth. You are a miracle in the statistical sense, an event so unlikely it should not have happened, but did. There is beauty in your fragility. You are held together by forces and bonds that could fail at any moment. A clot in the wrong blood vessel, a mutation in the wrong gene, an infection your immune system cannot fight. Life is precarious. Death is always nearby, waiting patiently. And yet, you persist. Your body works tirelessly to keep you alive. Your heart keeps beating. Your cells keep dividing. Your immune system keeps fighting. Every system in your body is dedicated to the singular goal of maintaining your existence for as long as possible. This is the poetry of biology. Your body wants to live. It is programmed through billions of years of evolution to survive, to persist, to continue. Every instinct, every reflex, every automatic process is in service of keeping you alive. Your body loves life. even if you sometimes do not. There is also poetry in your impermanence. You will not last forever. Your cells will accumulate damage. Your organs will wear out. Entropy will claim you, as it claims everything. This is not tragic. It is natural. You are part of a cycle that has been repeating for billions of years. The atoms that will compose your body in death are the same atoms that compose you now. They will not cease to exist. They will simply take new forms. You will return to the earth that made you. In a very real sense, you will become part of everything. Your carbon might become part of a tree. Your calcium might become part of a coral reef. Your hydrogen might evaporate into the atmosphere and fall as rain. Death is not an end, it is a transformation. The matter and energy that compose you are eternal. What is temporary is the pattern, the specific arrangement of atoms that creates your body, your brain, your consciousness. That pattern will dissolve, but the substance will endure. This should not be depressing. It should be liberating. You are not separate from the universe. You are part of it. You are the universe experiencing itself in one particular form. When that form dissolves, the universe continues, and you return to being undifferentiated cosmos. There is poetry in your consciousness. Somehow, from the electrical activity of neurons, from chemical signals between cells, emerges the subjective experience of being you, the redness of red, the painfulness of pain, the feeling of love. These experiences cannot be reduced to physics and chemistry, yet they arise from physical and chemical processes. You are matter that has become aware of itself. Atoms arranged in such a way that they can contemplate atoms. The universe, through you, is studying itself, understanding itself, marveling at itself. Consciousness is the universe's way of knowing that it exists, and consciousness is the most mysterious thing in existence. Science can map every neuron in your brain, trace every connection, record every signal, but it cannot explain why these processes feel like something, why there is an inner experience, why it is like something to be you. This mystery might never be solved. Some things might be forever beyond our understanding, and that is okay. Mystery is part of the beauty. Not everything needs an explanation. Some things can simply be experienced and appreciated. There is poetry in your vulnerability. You are soft, fragile, easily broken. Your skin tears, your bones break. Your mind can be wounded by words, by experiences, by loss. You are not invulnerable. You are not immortal. You are human, which means you are subject to suffering. But this vulnerability is also what makes joy possible. If you could not feel pain, you could not feel pleasure. If you could not experience sadness, you could not experience happiness. Emotions exist in contrast. The depth of your capacity to suffer is matched by the height of your capacity to delight. You are capable of experiencing beauty. A sunset can move you to tears. Music can fill you with emotion you cannot name. A work of art can change how you see the world. This capacity for aesthetic experience is unique to consciousness. The universe created beings who can appreciate its beauty. You are capable of love. You can care about others, sometimes more than yourself. You can sacrifice, help, connect. Love is not just a feeling, it is a biological drive, encoded in your brain chemistry, promoted by hormones like oxytocin, but experienced as something transcendent. Love makes the impermanence bearable. You are capable of meaning making. Unlike other animals, you can ask why, you can search for purpose, you can create narratives that give shape to your life. This ability to find or create meaning is both a blessing and a curse. It allows for profound fulfillment, but also existential dread. There is poetry in your ordinariness. You are one of 8 billion humans currently alive. Billions more have lived before you. You are not special in any cosmic sense. You are one brief spark in an infinite darkness. And yet, to yourself, you are everything. Your experience is the entire universe, as far as you are concerned. This paradox, being both insignificant and central, is part of being human. You contain multitudes. As Walt Whitman said, you are vast on the inside, even if small on the outside. Your body is a temporary home for consciousness, a vehicle for experience, a biological machine that allows you to interact with the physical world. Without your body, you could not see, hear, touch, taste, smell. You could not move, speak, create, connect. Your body is the interface between mind and matter. Appreciate it while you have it. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. Notice the rhythm of your breath. Sense the beating of your heart. These are the sensations of being alive. Simple, ordinary, and yet profoundly meaningful. Your body will age. It will change. It will become less capable. This is not a failure. It is part of the journey. Every wrinkle, every gray hair, every ache is a testament to the fact that you have lived. Aging is not the enemy. It is the price of survival. And when your body finally stops, when the last heartbeat fades and the last breath is exhaled, you will return to the universe that created you. The atoms will scatter, the pattern will dissolve, but the substance will remain, eternal and unchanging. You are a wave in an infinite ocean. For a moment you rise above the surface, distinct and individual. Then you fall back into the water, indistinguishable from the whole. But the ocean continues. The wave was always part of it, even when it seemed separate. This is the poetry of existence. You are brief but beautiful, temporary but meaningful, small but significant. You are the universe experiencing itself, and that is enough. Right now, you are alive. Your heart is beating. Your lungs are breathing. Your brain is processing these words. You are here, conscious, aware, present. This moment is happening, and you are experiencing it. That is the miracle. Not that you will live forever, but that you are alive right now. Not that you are special, but that you exist at all. Not that life has inherent meaning, but that you can create meaning through how you live. You are a body, and that body is a wonder. Your body is simultaneously the most resilient and most fragile thing about you. A paper cut can make you bleed. A stumble can break your bones. A microscopic virus can bring down your entire system. You are vulnerable in ways that seem almost designed to remind you of your mortality, and yet your body can survive trauma that should kill you. It can heal from injuries that would be permanent in any machine humans have built. Consider what your body can endure. People have survived falls from airplanes, being struck by lightning, months lost at sea, stabbing, shooting, crushing injuries that severed limbs or punctured organs. With medical help, and sometimes even without it, bodies have repaired themselves and continued functioning. Your skin can close wounds. Your bones can knit back together. Your liver can regenerate from a quarter of its original size. Your immune system can learn to fight diseases it has never encountered. Your brain can rewire itself after strokes or injuries, finding new pathways when old ones are damaged. This capacity for healing is built into your biology. It is not something you consciously control. Your body knows what to do. Given time and resources, it will repair itself. Cells migrate to injury sites. Growth factors are released. New tissue forms. Scars seal breaches in your armor. But healing has limits. Some damage is irreversible. Spinal cords do not regenerate in humans. Brain cells once dead are rarely replaced. Heart muscle damaged by a heart attack becomes scar tissue, non-functional. Aging itself is damage that accumulates faster than it can be repaired. Your body is fighting entropy every moment. Entropy is the tendency of organized systems to become disordered. It is a fundamental law of physics. Everything degrades over time. Mountains erode, stars burn out, and bodies age. Every second, thousands of mutations occur in your DNA. Most are caught and corrected by repair enzymes, but some slip through over decades. These errors accumulate, cells malfunction, organs become less efficient, systems break down. This is aging, the slow victory of entropy over order. You cannot stop it. You can slow it through healthy living, but you cannot reverse it. Your body will wear out. This is not a design flaw. It is the natural consequence of being a physical system subject to the laws of thermodynamics. And yet, knowing this, your body fights anyway. It keeps repairing. It keeps maintaining. It keeps pushing back against decay for as long as it can. There is something heroic in this. Your body refuses to give up, even when the outcome is inevitable. Think about what your body does automatically to keep you alive. When you cut yourself, platelets rush to form a clot within seconds. When you get an infection, white blood cells mobilize within minutes. When you break a bone, the healing process begins immediately, before you even reach a hospital. Your body is always working to protect you. It does not wait for permission. It does not need instructions. It simply acts, driven by billions of years of evolutionary programming to survive. But this same body that can heal is also easily harmed. A blood clot in the wrong place can cause a stroke. An immune system that attacks the wrong target can cause autoimmune disease. A gene that mutates in the wrong way can cause cancer. Your body's protective mechanisms can become threats. This is the paradox of embodiment. The same processes that keep you alive can kill you. Inflammation helps fight infections, but causes chronic diseases. Blood clotting stops bleeding, but causes heart attacks. Cell division allows growth and repair, but enables cancer. Everything is a balance, and the balance can tip in either direction. Your body is a collection of compromises. Evolution did not design you to be perfect. It designed you to be good enough to survive long enough to reproduce. After that, from an evolutionary perspective, you are expendable. This is why so many health problems emerge after reproductive age. Natural selection has little pressure to prevent diseases that occur after you have passed on your genes. But within these constraints, your body is remarkably well designed. Your heart can beat billions of times without mechanical failure. Your lungs can expand and contract millions of times without tearing. Your joints can bend and flex for decades before wearing out. The durability is astonishing when you consider that no human-made machine could match it. Your body also has redundancy. 2 kidneys when you only need one, 2 lungs though you could survive with one, 2 eyes, 2 ears, providing backup if one is damaged. Even your brain has redundancy, with different regions capable of taking over functions if others are injured. But some systems have no backup. You have one heart, one liver, though it can regenerate, one spinal cord. Damage to these can be catastrophic. Your body's design reflects a balance between efficiency and safety, and sometimes efficiency wins. There is also psychological strength and vulnerability. Knowing that you are fragile makes you careful. Knowing that you can be hurt makes you empathetic. If you were invulnerable, you might not value life as much. Mortality gives life urgency and meaning. Pain, as unpleasant as it is, serves a vital function. It teaches you what to avoid. It protects you from harm. People born with congenital insensitivity to pain, unable to feel pain, often die young from accumulated injuries they never noticed. Pain is information, and that information keeps you alive. Suffering is different from pain. Suffering is the emotional and psychological component, the meaning we attach to pain. 2 people with identical injuries can experience very different levels of suffering based on their mental state, their beliefs, their context. The body provides the sensation, the mind creates the suffering. This means that while you cannot always control physical pain, you have some control over suffering. Mindfulness, acceptance, reframing, all these psychological tools can reduce suffering even when pain remains. This is one way your mind can protect your body, or at least make living in your body more bearable. Your body also has incredible compensatory abilities. Lose your sight and your hearing sharpens. Lose a limb and your other limbs become more capable. Damage one part of your brain and other parts can sometimes learn to do its job. Your body adapts to loss, finding new ways to function with reduced capacity. This adaptability is one of your greatest strengths. You are not a fixed system. You are a dynamic one, constantly adjusting to changing conditions. Starvation slows your metabolism, heat dilates your blood vessels, cold constricts them. Your body responds to challenges by changing how it operates. But there are limits to adaptation. Push too hard, too long, and systems break down. Chronic stress damages your cardiovascular system. Chronic sleep deprivation impairs your immune function. Chronic pain rewires your nervous system, making you more sensitive to pain. Your body can adapt, but adaptation has costs. The strongest bodies are not the ones that never experience stress. They are the ones that experience manageable amounts of stress and have time to recover. Muscles grow stronger by being stressed and allowed to heal. Bones grow denser in response to impact. Immune systems develop by encountering pathogens and overcoming them. This is called hormesis, beneficial stress. Small amounts of challenge make you stronger. Too much breaks you down. The key is finding the right dose. Exercise, but not too much. Challenge, but not overwhelm. Stress, but with recovery. Your emotional resilience works the same way. Small doses of adversity build psychological strength. Complete absence of challenge leaves you fragile. Too much adversity can break you. The goal is not to avoid difficulty, but to face manageable difficulties and grow from them. Your body teaches you this lesson constantly. You get tired, you rest, you become stronger, you get hungry, you eat, you have energy, you get cold, you warm up, you adapt to handle cold better. Your body is always communicating what it needs if you learn to listen. Most people do not listen. We override hunger with diets. We override fatigue with caffeine. We override pain with medication. Sometimes this is necessary, but often we would be better served by respecting what our bodies are telling us. Your body has wisdom accumulated over millions of years. It knows how to heal. It knows when to rest. It knows what it needs. Your conscious mind, with its goals and deadlines and social pressures, often conflicts with this bodily wisdom. The challenge is finding balance between what your mind wants and what your body needs. There is strength in accepting vulnerability, admitting you are tired, hungry, in pain, sick is not weakness. It is honesty. Pushing through regardless is sometimes necessary, but it always has costs. Your body keeps the receipts, and eventually it demands payment. The strongest people are not the ones who never break. They are the ones who break, heal, and continue. Resilience is not invulnerability. It is the ability to recover from damage. And your body is built for resilience if you give it what it needs. Right now, your body is strong and fragile simultaneously. It is keeping you alive through countless automatic processes. It is vulnerable to countless potential harms. This tension is part of being alive. You exist in the space between invulnerability and annihilation, between perfect health and death. And in that space, you endure, you persist, you continue, day by day, breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat. Your body carries you through life, both your greatest asset and your ultimate limit. Appreciate its strength, acknowledge its fragility, and recognize that both are part of what makes you human. We have traveled through 100 facts tonight, from the cellular beginning to the mysteries that remain, from the architecture of bone to the poetry of existence. We have explored the living universe that is your body, the biological machinery that creates the experience of being you. But facts alone cannot capture what it means to be embodied. Numbers cannot express the feeling of having a body, of living inside skin, of experiencing the world through biological sensors that convert light and sound and pressure into meaning. Your body is not separate from you. It is you. The distinction between body and mind is useful for conversation, but it is ultimately artificial. There is no ghost in the machine. There is just the machine complex enough to generate the illusion of something beyond itself. When you think, neurons fire. When you feel, hormones flow. When you decide, brain regions activate. Every aspect of your mental life has a physical correlate. Change the brain, and you change the mind. This is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it reveals that you are matter, subject to the same laws as everything else. Empowering because it means your mental states are not fixed. Change your brain, and you can change your experience. You do this naturally through learning, through experience, through practice. Every skill you develop rewires your brain. Every habit you form creates new neural pathways. You are constantly sculpting your own mind through how you use your body. This is why movement matters, why sleep matters, why nutrition matters. These are not separate from your mental health. They are your mental health. Your brain is an organ dependent on the body that houses it. Take care of your body and your mind benefits. Neglect your body and your mind suffers. We have explored systems tonight: circulatory, respiratory, digestive, nervous, immune, endocrine, skeletal, muscular. But these are not really separate systems. They are aspects of a unified whole, artificially divided for ease of understanding. Your immune system communicates with your nervous system. Your gut bacteria influence your brain chemistry. Your stress levels affect your heart. Everything is connected. Change one thing and ripples spread through the entire system. You are not a collection of parts. You are an integrated process, a pattern of organization that maintains itself through constant flux. The matter that composes you is always changing, but the pattern persists. This is what it means to be alive, to be a stable pattern in an unstable world. That pattern will not last forever. Your body is temporary. One day, sooner or later, the systems will fail. The heart will stop. The brain will cease. The pattern will dissolve back into the matter from which it came. This is not sad. It is natural. Everything that begins must end. Everything that is born must die. This is the price of existence. You get to experience life, but only for a limited time. What matters is not how long you exist, but what you do with the time you have. Your body is a gift, loaned to you for a few decades. What you do with that gift is up to you. You can use it to create, to build, to write, to make art, to bring new ideas into the world. Your hands can shape matter. Your voice can communicate thoughts. Your body is a tool for transforming the world around you. You can use it to connect, to touch, to hold, to be present with others. Your body allows you to share space, to communicate through gesture and expression, to physically demonstrate care and affection. You can use it to experience, to taste, to see, to hear, to feel. Your body is your window into the physical world. Through it, you can appreciate beauty, feel pleasure, know the sensory richness of existence. Or you can neglect it, abuse it, take it for granted. You can push it beyond its limits, ignore its signals, treat it as an obstacle rather than a vehicle. Many people do this, viewing their body as a burden or an enemy. But your body is not your enemy. It is your partner. It is trying to keep you alive, to keep you functioning, to allow you to experience life. When it hurts, it is signaling that something is wrong. When it is tired, it needs rest. When it is hungry, it needs fuel. These are not inconveniences. They are information. Learning to listen to your body, to respect its needs, to work with it rather than against it, is one of the most important skills you can develop. Your body will be with you for your entire life. The relationship you have with it shapes your experience of existence. Tonight we have explored what your body is and how it works. We have looked at cells and organs, systems and processes, numbers and mysteries. We have seen the complexity, the beauty, the fragility, the strength. But the most important thing to understand is this: your body is not a problem to be solved. It is not a machine to be optimized. It is a living process, subject to change, destined to age, guaranteed to eventually fail. And that is okay. You do not need a perfect body. You need a body that is good enough to carry you through life, to allow you to do what matters to you, to connect you to the world and to others. Your body does not exist to look a certain way. It exists to allow you to live. How it appears is far less important than how it functions, and if it functions well enough that you can move, think, feel, and connect, then it is doing its job. Appreciate it while you have it. Notice your breath moving in and out. Feel your heart beating steadily in your chest. Sense the solidity of bone and the softness of tissue. Feel the warmth of blood flowing through you. These sensations are proof that you are alive. They are the felt experience of being embodied, and they are available to you in every moment if you choose to pay attention. Right now, your body is preparing for sleep. Your circadian rhythm is shifting. Melatonin is rising. Your core temperature is dropping slightly. Your muscles are relaxing. Your breathing is slowing. Your body knows what to do. It has been putting you to sleep every night for your entire life. You do not need to control it. You just need to allow it. Let your thoughts slow down. Let your muscles soften. Let your breath deepen. Your body will take care of the rest. As you drift towards sleep, your brain will shift through stages. First, light sleep, where you can still be easily awakened. Then deeper sleep, where your body performs maintenance, repairs tissues, consolidates memories. Then REM sleep, where you dream, where your brain processes emotions and experiences. All of this happens automatically. Your body knows the routine. It has done this thousands of times. It will do it again tonight. And tomorrow, you will wake. Your eyes will open. Your brain will emerge from unconsciousness. Your muscles will stretch. Your body will ready itself for another day of living. This cycle will repeat for as long as you live. Wake, move through the world. Sleep, wake again. Each day a new opportunity to use your body, to experience through it, to appreciate the temporary gift of embodiment. You are not your body, but you are not separate from it either. You are the process of being embodied. You are what it feels like for matter to be organized in this particular way, at this particular time, in this particular place. You are brief, you are temporary, you are impermanent, and you are here now, alive, conscious. That is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. So rest now. Let your body do what it needs to do. Let your systems slow. Let your consciousness fade into sleep. You have explored the machinery tonight. Now let the machinery take care of you. Your heart will keep beating. Your lungs will keep breathing. Your brain will keep processing. Your body will keep working. Even as you sleep, maintaining the conditions for life, preparing you for tomorrow. You do not need to worry. You do not need to control anything. Your body has carried you this far. It will carry you further. Close your eyes. Feel the weight of your body sinking into rest. Notice the slowing rhythm of your breath. Sense the gentle drift toward unconsciousness. This is what your body is for. Not just for action, but for rest. Not just for thinking, but for releasing thought. Not just for doing, but for being. And being is enough. You are a body, a miraculous, temporary, beautiful body. And for now, it is alive. Sleep well. Dream deep. And when you wake, remember what you are. Remember the universe inside you. Remember the poetry written in cells and atoms and stars. Remember that you are alive, and that alone is extraordinary. Good night.